All right, everyone, welcome back. Today it is day number 21 of the heads up duel between Negreanu and Doug Polk. And as you see in the title, we are maybe don't call it a comeback. I don't know. I mean, it looks like Negreanu is trying to go for the trifecta on the win and head off into Christmas with a victory. Of course, I am joined by the one and only Matt, Big Bet Berkey, Alpha Reg Berkey, COVID Berkey, all the things that are nice in this world. Hello, Berkey.
Yeah, COVID. It's real great. Yeah, I think, where's Doug?
I don't know, man.
Where's the supreme leader? I think Daniel looked good last session. I think he looked good the last couple, but for sure last session, I think we saw a lot of improvement in his line work. Did you happen to catch the post-game interviews for either?
I caught Doug Polk's. Yeah.
He had said off the cuff that he thought the Queen 9 was a fold and then corrected himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised that hand is as controversial as it was. I really thought that, like, I'd like to run that spot because I really do feel like, given Daniel's 3-bet check line, that's one of the better hands he's going to show up with. Obviously, he'll have like King 10, King. I don't know how much King Queen he's going to have is the thing.
Here we go. The players have sat and we're off and running. Let us know.
Look at these colors.
Yeah, let us know what you all think of the colors. We're kind of experimenting a little bit on them. If you hate them, let us know in the chat. If you love them, let us know in the chat. I'm sure that a poll will get inserted into the chat shortly, and that'll be that.
Yeah, we're going to try to reference tables today by color. So the left-hand table will be blue, right-hand table will be purple, obviously. If you're colorblind, my apologies. We'll say table 1, table 2 from here and there. But yeah, we were able to correct the stack sizes, making them big and bold and white. The cards are still going to look a little bit funky. There's nothing we can do about that. So hopefully you guys don't mind a little neon action, but we'll see.
This is like a poker rave. Like, you ever been to a rave?
No.
This is a rave right now. This is a rave right now. So 10-10-6 on purple, and Negreanu's going for the small bet. Often gets the check raises seem to be pretty small, as you do see. Gets peeled, turn Queen of Clubs.
I would expect a lot of checkbacks or big bets out of Daniel here. Oh, the lead is interesting from Doug.
No, you missed the...
He check raised.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my bad.
It's okay. Third pot on the turn.
Okay, that makes sense.
It's called again. Daniel will have some backdoor clubs. He'll also have like 10Xs.
Yeah, he's going to have...
Could have turned the Queen as well.
3 combos of Jack 9, probably a fair amount of Queen X. I assume he's probably continuing with most on the flop.
Overbet, and that is a 10 for Negreanu. Off to a hot start. Ace 5 off for the triple there, for the check raise triple off for Doug Polk.
That's an interesting board to utilize that hand on, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit surprised. I try not to be overly critical because, but I wouldn't have used that hand, but it is what it is.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying that it's not a flop check raise. I'm sure that it can be at some frequency. That turn starts to get a little bit not great for the properties of Ace 5 off. I think that we start to target some of the hands we want to fold. Or sorry, we start to block some of the hands we want to fold.
Big bet from Doug, check raise from Daniel. Flop 3-bet from Doug now. It's the first time we've seen this kind of line work, especially a flop 3-bet. We haven't seen these often. It's called. Double flush draw board now, as you see, spades and hearts. Flop 3-bet will include Probably like some small repairs, combo draws, maybe a set of fours, things like that.
It's interesting to see the evolution. We were just talking about flop 3-bets last session and how they weren't coming through, but how the check raises by both parties seemingly began to increase a little bit. Not really surprised to see, after a day off of study, Doug start to implement some flop 3-bets. The Jack of Hearts seems like it would interact somewhat. Okay. Oh, he had a huge hand. That makes it really easy. He had the 9-5 of spades versus the 9-5 of clubs for the old free roll potential. Flop top pair and a flush draw.
Three-bet pot on table number 1, as you see the blue table. 40% on the flop from Doug, who's the 3-better. Call, Jack. Probably going to see a fair amount of checking here.
Yeah. Small bet makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense too.
I think it becomes very difficult to balance a big bet on that particular turn card.
Another call from Daniel. River comes a queen. About pot size left. Another small bet.
Block bet here is pretty interesting. Doug has a lot of bluffs here available to him. And Daniel kind of doesn't. I guess for that reason it makes some sense with like his showdown range, but I don't know that he's block folding everything that isn't a jack. I mean, what do you think? Like, what are we looking at here? So he does do it with the bluff. Yeah, I think that's kind of a. 7. I think that's kind of a byproduct of him having too many bluffs in that spot, right? Or too many available bluffs. He may not actually be bluffing too often, but he just has a lot of available bluffs given the line work.
It's a lot of short. There's a lot of gut shots, right? And he has to determine which ones to go off with and which ones not to. I guess he doesn't necessarily want to block hands like 9-10 and stuff like that. So having a hand like 5-6 is probably a little bit better. And I'm sure he's just like very likely randomizing all of his bluffs at a lower frequency, right? And so he probably has all of the available bluffs as you mentioned, and then he just has to roll with them, right? And then pick which one he wants to do at what frequency. And I do think the block is kind of nice in that he's going to be able to have some Jack X, have some also maybe some houses that induce, as well as maybe value bet a little bit thinner, although it's kind of close.
That part's true, but I'm not sure how much his bluff gets through is the thing. I feel like, yes, he could value bet a 7, but if he's value betting a 7, that makes it a little bit more difficult to bluff with 6 high. Because it's not really very clear what you're targeting any longer when you have 5-6. Like, yeah, Daniel could have 9-10, but that's probably it, right? Like, there wasn't a whole lot of available stuff there. I guess maybe he could start folding some bottom pairs, or if he double floated ace high.
Yeah, makes sense. That makes sense.
I think Doug's
maybe also expects just Daniel to make some mistakes with a 7 and fold.
Yeah, I think Doug's play probably performs better in a vacuum than it does specifically against Daniel. My hunch is that Daniel's probably not calling turn completely optimally.
Seems like our volume maybe is a little bit low. I'll try to speak up as much as I can. We're off to a pretty fast moving start.
Yeah, I just turned on the YouTube channel. It's probably about 4 notches lower than what you and I are hearing from one another.
Four liner on table number 2, the purple table. check from Daniel. Check, turn. Daniel goes with check. Backdoor hearts do fill.
Yeah, I like checking on this river a lot. Again, Doug just has a lot of available bluffs.
It's roughly 3.5x pot.
I like that size. I like that size. I think Daniel probably starts calling with like 2 pair with a heart. And better.
Yeah. You might not have too many of those because it was a 3-bet pot, so it's a little bit tough for him to find them. But
that's true. Yeah, that's true. There's some.
He'll have some. Yeah,
offsuit 6, 7, 7, 8, whatever.
Yeah, when he rolls the 3-bet with the 6, 7 and stuff, like he'll have those.
Obviously, he's probably calling all straights there, I would assume.
Quarter pot, king 9-4.
Mero says, a lot of people think Doug is dumping to get DNegs to keep playing past midway point. What do you guys think? I think that's crazy. I think that there was a noticeable difference in play style by both. Well, more specifically by Daniel, I think, last session. And yeah, I don't think that his win was a byproduct of like, obvious Doug missteps. I think that they were a combination of Daniel playing a little bit better, Daniel getting some better spots, and then maybe Doug stepping out a little bit in spots that Daniel had studied for. It's going to be a constant back and forth of adjustments, right? Like we already saw a flop 3-bet out of Doug. Granted, he had a pretty obvious hand to do it with, but I still think that we're going to start to see that aggression start to ramp up. We're going to see more of the nodes unlocked. Oh, hello.
River overbet gets paid by Daniel. He also turned overbet on table number 2 after the board bricked off on the king 9 X board. So 2 overbets, and we're off and running.
This does beg the question, Christian. Why do you use your webcam mic instead of the headset mic?
It sounds better when we were doing the tests.
Oh, really?
First time, yeah.
I don't know. That seems crazy.
I can switch.
Oh, no. I don't think that has anything to do with the volume. The volume, I assume, is on Andre's side.
Small bet from Doug. Table 2. Purple.
This turn, I was going to say, we'll probably either get small bet or check back a lot. Daniel has like no bets in this spot. His flushes are going to check call. His 9s are going to check raise. His ace X probably check raises, I would imagine. Maybe not versus pot though.
Yeah, both hands seems good.
Yep.
A little unlucky for Daniel there.
Miso wants to know why we don't use standard 4-color decks. We don't have control over the color of the deck. In order to change the color of the tables, we put an overlay. The saturation then changes the color of the cards. Also, it doesn't help that WSOP doesn't use a standard 4-color deck either. Their colors are actually reversed. So they use blue for clubs. No. Blue for hearts and green for spades on their one deck, and then the one that they do get correct is kind of unattractive.
Daniel going with the big size on table 2 wins. Three bet. 2 hands have been played as Daniel's tanking down on table 1. We're likely to see small sizing on table 2 from Daniel. There it is. Quarter water. As they say in the underground games in Jersey, quarter water.
No. Odyssey asked if this is a Cowboys hoodie. Absolutely not.
Small check raise.
It's a short sleeve basketball hoodie.
Flop 3 bet. Are these guys studying the same stuff? What's going on?
Yo, the paired board flop 3 bet is strong. I got myself into a little trouble doing that against Landon in Texas, but that's an old PLO play.
I think my man John from Caesars in Atlantic City, he used to do that shit to me too. He used to do that little flop 3 bet. And I'm like, all right, bro, you got it. I was just kidding. Just kidding. What does quarter water mean? It's like it's when you bet a quarter, and then it's like kind of a reminder, a nostalgic reminder of when they used to sell those little juices that were full of sugar for a quarter. You used to just like pop the tab with your finger or with your teeth or whatever. I used to do it with my teeth because my teeth were huge. They still are. But yeah. You never had one of those little quarter like Kool-Aid I don't know what I'm talking about. Only people from New York and Jersey know what I'm talking about. Little quarter water, like whatever.
First of all, why are you calling something that's a sugary drink water?
Because we were poor. Like that was
Water's free.
Nah, water's free. I don't know what you're talking about.
You got a spigot?
What's a spigot? That sounds racist as fuck.
A sink?
A
faucet?
spigot?
Yeah, that's Pittsburghese for faucet.
That's racist for Puerto Rican.
No, it's not.
A spick. That's what I heard. Spigot.
No. I don't know why they call it a spigot.
See, some people know what I'm talking about. The quarter water. Don't worry, you'll grow into your teeth eventually. No chance. No chance, bro. Not happening.
What are you talking about? Those braces worked.
They're still working. They have fucking more months to go.
I had big buck teeth when I was a kid. Then I had braces. It was fine.
We call them grenades. They were like grenade shaped. That's true. Big pot brewing on table number 1.
It was a check raise check out of DNegs.
Mixing it up.
Every time you see the check raise check fold, it's always a backdoor hand that was just like totally aired the turn.
It is one of those hands often. 3 bet. slightly smaller size.
What up, Dom? What's good, man? I think this is actually a bigger size for Doug. I think he's been going like 36. Daniel's been going like 42. Although I think I saw Daniel lower his size as well. These guys are all over the map, man. Can't keep track. Oh, you talking about Huggies?
What the hell's a Huggy?
Yeah, they look like little grenades. They have the foil top.
Yeah, those not Huggies. Yeah. See, Huggies is where you come from somewhere soft. Like, oh, it's a Huggy. Like, no, here they're cold water. Like,
first of all, I would never call Kool-Aid water. Secondly, they're called Hugs. That's literally the brand.
Hugs. Must be nice to grow up where they just give you hugs. Like, you want a hug?
You're an idiot.
Pot-sized bet from Doug Polk on the turn. Call. River 8. I do think
little hugs.
I do think Daniel can have some leads here on this river. Although after Doug goes with the pot size bet, maybe not as much. I'm sure that's exactly what Daniel's thinking right now. He goes with the check. I do think that's cool. It would be kind of nasty to like lead fold. So
yeah.
After the pot size bet, maybe not as much. And here we see Doug go with the 3/4 pots. Pot is also brewing on the first table. Aces. Nice hand for Doug Polk there. Got aces and 1/1. Check, check, turn. It's a 3-bet pot. Table 1, the blue table. Pot size bet. Call. 7s are good. Nice call.
Very nice hand indeed.
The chat is lit on the drinks, man. What you know about that purple drink? Little scissor from Houston, you heard?
Called him a water.
I didn't call scissor water.
No, you call it Hugs water.
It was a quart of water. Like, that's... I don't know what to tell you, man. You ever had scissor turn river overbet from my man Daniel?
It's a good line on that board. No, I don't even know what that means.
Scissor? See, guys, like, do you want to... Come on. Let Berkey know what scissor is.
Is that like cough syrup and soda or some shit?
Yeah.
Like Lil Wayne pink or blue drink or whatever?
I mean, Lil Wayne copied it from some people up and down in Houston and shit. Like, yeah. But then, like, he popularized it a little bit more. 4-bet pot from Doug Polk. 5-bet all-in call. Oh, we need a queen. Hold the baby.
Oh, baby.
No.
Oh, no. He finally did it. He finally was ahead from behind and immediately got turned dead to a chop. Immediately turned dead to a chop.
It's not fair.
And it continues. Honestly, I think Daniel wants it this way. I think he never wants to win it all in from behind, so he can cling to that. That's not true. I'm sure he'd love to start winning them from behind, but
I'm sure he'd rather take that 40,000.
40,000.
Oh yeah. Would have been nice.
Pretty standard. 100 big blinds, ace queen versus ace king. Don't really think that. I'm surprised we haven't seen more of that. That's off the top of my head. That's the first ace king versus ace queen all in pre that we've seen.
Yeah, I mean the thing is like ace queen is not a pure, so
No, but we've seen queens versus eights.
yeah,
That's that seems a little bit wider
yeah. I mean,
than the ace king ace queen matchup.
for sure.
I don't even recall seeing many flips. I don't remember seeing very much in the way of like ace king versus queens or anything of that nature either.
It is rare to get all in. Heads up. That's one of the things that when K-Rab was on, he said the same thing. He's like, it's not that often that you're all in. I mean, just think about like there's so many hands being played, only a certain fraction of them are able to get stacks in, and they both have to have it. You know, so it's like,
Yeah,
it's hard.
yeah, that's fair. But I mean, I think part of that is just because you do a little bit less five betting with aces, perhaps. Um, and maybe jacks don't make it to the way of five betting super frequently, but you can go that route. You can play the pre-flop war.
You can.
Do a little more 3 to 5ing with king queen suited.
Berkey wants to see the money get in.
I mean, you got a guy 4-betting you with the king 3. You don't got to go post.
Small bet from Daniel, table 2, as Doug wins table 1, small pot. Doug now a $20,000 winner for the match so far. Small check raise, a little bit bigger than his min raise that we saw last session. He's going to win it though. 3-bet pot on the blue table. Win. They're trading blows.
As they tend to do.
Small bet, third pot. Call. 8. Probably see a mixture of sizes from Doug here. Anything from 50 to overbets are all in play.
Yeah, I imagine that he probably does a little bit less half potting. A lot.
Yeah. I meant like anything within that realm is acceptable, or like expected from anyone. Like,
yeah, I would imagine that there probably isn't. I guess it depends on how much he wants to be betting his 8x there, because that's going to be the target group of hands that starts to fit into the 75%, 66% range, I think. But you just have so many available bluffs that overbets start to feel pretty nice. Especially when Daniel turns a lot of 8x, which you can target for 2 streets.
Queen 10-9 on table 1. Table 2 comes 7-5-5. Check.
Sean McNeil asked, with all the aggression pre-flop, would calling off with 9s pre-be correct, or is it still too loose? Well, the only way you would be in that situation is if you 4-bet 9s, and you're certainly not going to 4-bet 9s to fold. So, in short, if you have 9s in your 4-bet range, calling off a 5-bet shove will be correct.
Yeah. Can't really do anything else. Half pot from Daniel takes it down. New size. We haven't seen that one yet.
I think that one's pretty specific for like the one-liner Broadway board type hand. A lot of available 2-pair combos for his opponent. Can bluff catch with. Not a lot of bluffs out of Daniel's range.
Check raise, or in position raise after the block bet, excuse me. Not a block bet also, but like the small bet.
I think that's a block.
Okay.
Third pot. A little less.
huge river 3-bet.
Now I imagine this check down to the river.
Yeah.
So Daniel has to be asking himself, like, what strong hands would Doug have been willing to check twice and then induce with?
I mean, he has them. I mean, he's gonna have a 5. He's gonna have houses. Like, they'll be in range for sure. Not in full because
do you think he has
some.
enough? Do you think he has enough bluffs for Daniel to start calling his King X, or at least some of his King X? Because I imagine the majority of what Daniel's raising with for value is King X, if not all of it. Like, Daniel never has a 5, so he's totally capped in this spot. He never has a 5. He never has a house. In order to not get exploded, he obviously has to start calling King X.
And he might have a house of kings.
Check down to the river.
It was a paired flop. Like, he could just, like, check down twice.
I think he's going to bet turn. Pretty high frequency.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be it's a tough spot. Because, like, that is kind of the danger of, like, raising a single pair against a great player like that. Like, you could just get bombed on. Like, when you're super capped, like you mentioned, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think the board was, what, 995 deuce king?
995 deuce king. Yeah, seems fair. It could also been 755 deuce king, but yeah.
No, it was 9-9.
Okay.
Or sorry, it was 559 deuce king. But yeah, you might be right. It might have been a 7. Either way, I think Daniel probably wants to start calling with King X that doesn't interfere with Doug's bluffs. So, single pair kings, he doesn't want like King Deuce, because you want Doug to have a hand like 9 deuce or 7 deuce, whatever the off 2 pair were. And you don't really want to interfere with Doug's potential like busted straights that are like 6 high, 7 high, whatever. So yeah, maybe like King 10 plus, start calling.
In position raise from Daniel after this went 3-bet, check, and then bet from Doug. Doug bet calls.
Check here a lot. We're gonna see a check here a lot, I think. I think Queen 10 is about as thin as Daniel can go, and he probably needs a diamond to bet big. Yeah.
Good check.
Yeah, we're gonna see that check there a lot. Good check down by Daniel. Whatever he had. We get to watch it on the replay, him complaining about the backdoor flushes. Something that dawned on me when I was watching that replay, Daniel kind of got into a couple pots where, like, for instance, he checked back Jack 9 on, like, Queen 8 X or something of that nature. Maybe it was Queen... He might have, I don't remember. Anyway, he drilled a gut shot with, like, Jack 9. And Doug had nothing on the flop. Like, he had, like, 9-5. And his turn gut shot gave Doug a backdoor flush draw. They ended up playing a big pot where Doug river to flush. And it dawned on me that, like, you know, Daniel was bemoaning, obviously mostly in jest, that he doesn't make nearly as many backdoor flushes as Doug does. And it kind of, like, dawned on me, well, part of that is probably just due to flop aggression. I would imagine that Doug just, like, isn't ever missing c-bets to deny equity. Because, like, the hand that Doug ended up having, like, was one... There was a couple of them. There was another one where, like, Doug backed into a straight with a hand that, like, auto folds flop. And, like, you know, it just made me kind of realize that there is probably still some inherent EV being swapped just in their overall flop and turn strategies, where Doug might be slightly over realizing and making some of these bigger hands that pay off.
Check raise on the flop here on table 2. There's also a 4 heart board on table 1. It's a little interesting. 3/4 pot. Both pots now over 5 figures. Board is paired also. Very nice bet from Daniel there.
No, Doug.
Call. Oh,
Doug bet and called.
Micro stakes.
I feel like Doug again is between like a shove and a call, not a call and a fold.
Call. 6 is full.
Mm. Do you think that's just a 10 by Doug or a bad heart? Tough to say, obviously. It's
Yeah.
I doubt it's like a queen no heart. That seems a bit much.
Yeah, 10. I mean, 10's a fair call too, obviously.
Yeah. Good to see Daniel go for value there, not just check, hoping that Doug is going to find a bet with something thin, like a naked 10 or the 4 of hearts or something like that.
Three-fourth pot on the turn. Gets called river queen. Definitely, generally better for Daniel. Block bet. Call jack. It's good.
What up, E? Feeling pretty good, man. No symptoms of the COVID despite the positive test. I also can't taste anything. That's not been fun. I missed my pre-workout, man.
So that's the symptom. What do you mean?
Yeah, but like I'm asymptomatic otherwise. I don't have like any.
Right, you don't have any real threat. Like,
No, I feel great. I missed the taste of pre-workout though. Just tastes like I'm drinking quarter water.
there you go. See, Bert, you're learning. You have to loop it back. You know?
It's called a callback in comedy.
Yeah, a loop. Yeah, like I'm not trying to be I just we're just talking. I said you got to loop it back. Now you want to make it all professional. It's called a callback. God damn, bro, can't say it.
We're in the industry, bro. You know?
Not in the fucking comedic industry.
What do you mean? We got a comedic team.
There's a reason we have a comedic team. We let them do the comedy and let them do the fucking terminology of the comedy too. We just talk, and then they analyze what we talk about. As the dogs are back.
Yeah, Scouty wants in. I got to text Conrad. Told him let me in the door or let her in the door.
Mid bet raise call on table 2. We see the 5. Daniel almost always exclusively plays check now.
Yeah, man. If I don't get my taste back for a month, I'm probably gonna try to develop a taste for kale and all that other shit that I don't like.
Interesting spot. Overbet from Doug. Almost 1.5. A little over, maybe.
Queen 8, no good. Nice try, Daniel. Valiant effort. Chris Price says kale is the food of the gods. Oh. Tastes like the underside of a lawnmower.
Hmm.
We have a very loyal following, man. I feel like we have 325 viewers every time we do this. They're just here, you know? Ready to see the show.
They're here for you, Bert, all the time. They come in and they're waiting for the analysis.
Mm-hmm.
Flop check on table 1. Turn queen of spades. Another check. Big bet. Nice bet from Doug Polk with 10-9. Gets paid.
Scott Paris said he had to check in. He was afraid you'd raise the price on Software TV if something happened to me.
First order of business. It would be the first order of business, Bert.
Mm-hmm. There are plans in the works.
I'll give your family a call. And I'll say you guys are actually going to be taken care of even better now because we're raising the price. So, you know, your estate will do better.
Sure.
Daniel tanks down, calls ace, ace, 10, 3-bet pot.
This is an early sit out. We've only been going for 40 minutes.
Small bet call, 5 of clubs.
Appreciate you, Tucker Mitchell. Thank you so much for the support. B40.
B40.
Sets up a pretty nice river shove spot should he want to take it. The double paired board probably makes him less likely to. I don't think he's really going to have a lot of bluffs that go that size. Probably going to look somewhere in the neighborhood of like 12 to 14K. Should he bluff?
Sit out. Nice hand from Doug. Doug's up roughly, if we count that pot, probably in the vicinity of $50,000 now. And that's the first break. It is now 6:15 in the Eastern time zone, 3:15 in the West. And we will see what time my man Dan Negreanu wants to come back. It is also 11:13 in London. For all you people watching out there about to go to bed, you know, they're holding it down. They're holding it down. Let's see. What are the
It
times?
seems like an early sit out for Daniel. Maybe he just wanted to go get a little kale drink.
2:13 in Turkey. If anybody's out there in Turkey watching us, shout out to you Turkish people. You're holding it down. 2:13 in the morning, not giving attention to your wives and husbands. 9:44 a.m. in Australia. If you watch from Australia bright and early, you're like, yeah, let me wake up, listen to Matt Berkey talk about some hands. Shout out to you in Australia. 9:44 in the morning. It's crazy. Daniel comes back, 3-bet win.
Dogs didn't like that.
They didn't like Australia.
They didn't like Australia. Yeah, just to give you guys a little insight, fingers crossed if everything goes well, we're going to be... I mean, this is assuming that we can get a season shot, but we're going to try to bring Poker Out Loud back sometime early next year. We're going to do weekly releases instead of every other week. Should be good. We got some things in the pipes.
8:14 in the morning in Korea. My people out there in Korea. Koreans are lit in Jersey too. There's like a whole Korea town. Like it's lit. Like
you think Jersey's the only place with Korean town?
I didn't say that. I'm just saying it's lit in Jersey. Koreans are lit in Jersey. I'm not saying they're not lit anywhere else. It's like It's like Dominicans are lit in Washington Heights in New York. Not saying they're not lit anywhere else. It's just lit there. So like you want some nice food, you want some nice women. You're like, hey, I'm looking for a woman that's Dominican in America. It's like, okay, you probably should go to Washington Heights in New York City. It's like that's how it works.
All right, makes sense. Bet and raise by Doug.
Let me ask you, right?
Purple.
If I tell you, yo, Berk, I want to find a Cuban woman in America. Where would you send me?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't? Of course, Miami. Of course, right? That's how it is. Like, it's not that Cubans are only in Miami. It's just that that's where you go. It's lit in Miami for the Cubans. You know, that's how it works, man.
Sure.
You want a nice Mexican woman? I got somebody in San Antonio for you. You good? Like,
it's all about proximity.
little scissor in here.
What do you got in that big ass glass?
I already told you.
Yeah, what is it for real though? Bone broth?
Come on, man.
Gotta get on the bone broth train, man.
I'm talking about scissor. I'm talking about you always gotta like bring it down a notch. How about some bone broth and kale?
Gotta keep you off death's door.
They're trading blows today. So far, Doug Polk is up 1. Buying and change.
Feels like more. I mean, I guess Daniel started off with a pretty early lead.
Can Daniel weather the storm? We'll see. Pot. Table number 1. After check flop.
Are we live on all the platforms today, Andre? Are we out there on the Twitch streets? I know we're on the Twitter streets. You guys can find that on my Twitter page. I don't know why I'm telling you that. I should just say hi to everybody who's watching from my Twitter page. I think we might be on the Twitch channel too, though.
Gets responded by a check raise. Decision time.
Didn't see the action, but I can't imagine Daniel has much 4x as played, so probably looking to call with hands that include an 8 or a 9. Does ultimately find a fold.
%75% from Daniel. Table number 1, the blue table. Daniel going into the tank. Overbet. %150.
I think we can see this with obviously all ace queen, some 8-9. I imagine he needs to be pretty particular about the hands he's choosing to overbet there for value.
Yeah, you could also have a flush.
Yeah, of course. I was more examining bottom.
Yeah. 3-bet. 4-bet. All of it.
Rips. There's that flip. Heart, ace, king.
Let's go.
Dead.
Man. Dead.
Hey, he did it, and he was behind.
The
He was behind.
That's behind.
That's behind. Ace king suited.
That's as close as behind as it's ever gonna be, though.
Nah.
Like, hey, Daddy, you got it in behind, then you won. You're like, bro, it was like 2%.
Nah, it's more than that. Ace king versus queens is not a traditional quote unquote race. It's not like.
All right, hit me. What are the percentages? Ace king suited and the suits of the queens are not the same.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I'm not gonna nail this, but I would imagine it's probably like 47.5, 52.5.
Okay.
You know what? This is what we have tools for. I'm gonna just look. But I know like ace king off versus queens is not a true flip.
Yeah. It's a nostalgic flip, you know. That's why we have these tools, you know.
The fake flips.
Yeah. All the fucking.
Oh no, I was wrong in the wrong direction. I was pretty close. It's 46.3% to 53.7. So it's not a flip.
Okay, I mean,
it's almost an 8% gap.
All right, it's not.
If I give him ace king off, it gets worse. 57-43.
Woo.
That's almost ace king versus ace queen.
That's why it's a drawing hand. It's like not even real. It's like you gotta play it slow.
All this misinformation, man. Imagine
just play it slow, man. Just
ace king versus queens. Ace kings versus queens is actually pretty close to like ace 10 versus king queen. Whereas in this scenario, holding ace king is like holding king queen. That's crazy. It's crazy.
Just might as well get deuces in, you know, against that ace king. Just throw it in, bro. Like your favorite, you know. Yeah. Just hold it.
You're doing better.
What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
All these tools, man, that these people use to figure out percentages and frequencies and fucking lines and EVs, and it's nowadays they even tell you what to do. You're like, nah, just bet 3/4. As we see, Doug Polk bet 66%.
Queens versus ace king is 52-48. That's not true though. It's so funny. Everybody's throwing out different percentages. What are we all using? Different calculators?
It's a different solve, man. You know, you got different solves out there.
They're not solves, they're equity calculators.
I know. I'm just talking shit. You got the PL. You got my man with the Dream Machine out there. You got another one with the simple post flop. You got another one who got the early release of GTO Plus or GTO X or whatever. You got another guy doing it by hand. You got another guy that's a rocket scientist. They all doing different shit. You know?
Yeah. Well, here we are. It's a new age.
Daniel has cut down the lead from Polk. Polk now up $15,000. Little 15K for my man Doug Polk.
It's a big fake flip for Daniel to win.
I'm not gonna. I can't change the fact that it's a flip. It's a flip. I'm not gonna change it. It's been a flip for 15 years.
I just hope that he counts it as winning from behind.
That one don't count.
Of course it counts.
Nah, come on, man. Like that's what we're counting winning from behind now. Ace king suited versus queens.
Hey man, math is math.
That's too nitpicky for me. It's a flip, bro. Like it's fine. Like, just let it be.
What if he had king queen and Doug had tens, or ace 10 rather?
That's not a flip.
Same exact percentages.
No way. It's not the same exact percentages.
It's ace king versus queens, yeah.
What, you said
not ace
10...
king suited. Not ace king suited versus queen, but yeah.
I think I misheard what you said. You said ace 10 versus what?
Ace 10 suited versus king queen suited is the same percentage as ace king off versus queens.
That's deep.
Man, everybody wants t-shirts.
Yeah, the new t-shirt is ace king versus queens is not a flip. It's fucking shit Alan Kessler would say. Sorry, Alan.
Kessler's rich.
It's like, you got it in from behind. How'd you get it in with that hand against me? Like, you get it in with ace king suited versus Kessler. He's like, how? You're behind. You're just
Yo,
like,
I'm afraid. I would be afraid to put it with ace king suited versus Kessler.
Yeah, because you're behind.
Yeah. You're happy to see queens.
Oh God, bro. Yeah. I'm still gonna tell everyone that works with me it's a flip. I don't want them playing passive with ace king suited, talking about, nah, I don't want to get it in bad. Like, nah, bro, you're good. Daniel facing an overbet on table number 2.
Colin says it's weird to draw the line at 56% where ace 10 versus king queen is 58% or whatever. Ace king versus queens is also 58%. Queens is 57.5% versus 42.5%.
Run. I mean, maybe I've just ran really hot my whole life because I'm just like running. Like you're dead. Like I have ace king. Like there's no way you wouldn't flip someone.
I feel like I've been on the wrong side of running those pots twice so often.
Well, you just win the first one and lose the second one?
No, like I just get scooped a lot.
Wow, no, that's not real. Yeah, you can't.
And like on both sides of it, like just never ever ever fading. But I probably just remember big pots.
Yeah. You probably don't remember the times that you just like called a short stack and won. You know.
I also feel like I probably have ran pretty decent at chopping pots where I get it in pair versus pair.
Mm-hmm. If we start calling ace king versus queens not a flip, like poker's really dead. Like it's just you can't. Like forever it will be a flip. The standard flip. That's you know when you're watching a tournament, it's like yeah, standard flip. Like, you can't just take it away now.
We've been misbranded.
It's like the solver said it's not a flip. Chill out, bro.
This isn't 2020 math, man. This is 2006 math.
Nah, bro. Math's been around, but yeah.
Yeah, but like equity calculators have been around for longer than 6 or 7 years. This isn't new news.
It's just, all right, man. I'm not gonna give in. The people want it to be a flip, okay?
Sure.
8-7-5, Daniel. Table 2 after 3-bet. Small bet.
These boards are tough to start small betting on, I think.
Turn 7, poor card for Daniel. Check.
I imagine he just has a lot of give ups here. A lot of king, queen, queen, jack, jack 10.
I think you'd also be checking good hands too, though.
Yeah, of course.
This
of course.
card, this card's just really bad. I think.
Nice hand for Daniel on the left. Wins a big one in an otherwise fake chop.
This is a pretty tragic river. Now a fair amount of Doug's range that was bluffing does get there. 9x filled, some 4x filled.
It's tough when you face the shove here because Doug shouldn't technically have a whole lot of bluffs. I suppose he can have like some clubs,
He'll have
Jack
a six,
10.
a 6.
He'll have like, yeah, he'll have 6x the bluffs. Although 6x is going to be like specifically ace 6, king 6, I imagine. And then we'll see like Jack 10, queen 10 of spades, hearts. No, just spades. Maybe all Jack 10 floats flop and then starts bluffing on turn. And then just queen 10 of spades and clubs will be in there. So that's at least 6 combos, maybe more if he has Jack 10 off, which I imagine he does. Probably queen 10 with the queen of clubs is in here as well. Then we'll see like king 6, ace 6. He has a fair amount of bluffs, I suppose. I think we have to start calling with what? Pretty much all of our 9s.
Yeah, 9 is gonna call.
All 7s. What about like overpairs though? 10s obviously go in the muck. I think jacks are close. Queens plus maybe has to start calling.
Seems about right, I think. Whoa, no! How did this money get in?
What? What just happened?
Yeah, I don't know. I think we missed it. I mean, it must have been a huge pot, like just 3-bet, 5-bets, or.
I think that was all in pre.
Yeah. I think he like just 5-bet all in probably, or like.
The 3 to 5 with 3s is a new one. That's pretty aggro.
Goes for it. That's going to increase the lead for Doug after having jacks there. $85,000 for Doug in the black or in the green, however you say it.
I'm not sure how that hand particularly played out, but that
Yeah, it had to
betting
be-
threes is already going to be a pretty low frequency. I mean, I can't imagine how many times you had to roll just in that hand alone
Yeah.
and roll high. I would imagine that the amount of times that 3 bets, and then 5-bet shoves for 100 blinds is like maybe 1% of the time we're dealt that spot.
I think you're about right, actually. I think you are about right. 70. Yeah. 1%.
Just do a little brain solve.
I went to the equity, the new calculators that people got, you know, and they spit back to me like, what percent threes? All in. Push him off the flip. He has king queen. No flip. That's what happened.
I think particularly he doesn't want to have 3s because Doug has shown up with the king 3 so often in those 4-bet pots.
Yeah. King 3, king 4, king 5. Those hands are going to be pretty nice candidates, but, you know, what are you going to do? 1% of the time, you got to do it.
Mm-hmm.
We played, how many hands have we played? Played fucking 10,000 hands. This is the first time you've seen it. It's about right. 1%. If you want, like, you're going to see it, bro. What do you want them to do? You know? Every now and then, the 3s are going to go. You got to dance with the 3s. Dance with the devil here.
Yeah, sure.
1.1x turn winner.
Happy to hear that you enjoyed the Consider This episode, Eric. I have a bunch of those lined up for January. Hopefully we're going to start to put them out a little bit more regularly.
Would you prefer to get all in pre with queens or ace king, as ace king has blockers to aces and kings?
Well, I mean, that's why we're willing to sacrifice that 8%. Or more, I suppose, 16%, depending on the combos. Ace king also plays better as a flat, though, than queens does, because it doesn't have to protect as much.
8-5 deuce. Daniel in position.
Cameron, I'm going to be doing a lot of streaming at the end of January. Probably 4 weeks or so between January and the end of February. I'll be doing a fair amount of streaming.
Daniel comes with the 2/3 pot on the flop. 10 of diamonds. He has a variety of options here. Check. Everyone thinks you're wearing Cowboys, man.
I know, I don't get it.
You don't get it. You got a blue star. Like, that literally is the Cowboy logo right there.
It's black.
It's blue.
It's black.
That looks like a blue star to me, bro.
It's black on gray.
I know you like in Texas nowadays, you know?
I don't like it that much. I hate Dallas.
Damn. Shout out to all the people from Dallas out there. What time is it in Dallas nowadays? Let me look at what time it is in Dallas.
It's 2 hours ahead of us.
Well, I'm in the East Coast, bro.
Oh, so it's an hour behind you.
A little 5:30 in Dallas, you know? Dallas BBQs.
I'm hungry.
It really does look blue. I agree. It's blue. It's literally blue. There's no other way.
I need to turn my light on. As soon as DNegs takes another break, I'm going to have to put this little ring light I got.
My man Jordan in the chat from the UK. It's late out there, bro. Thank you for tuning in.
What time is it in the UK, Chin?
I already said it, bro. 11:38 p.m. Shout out to y'all again. Prefer to watch us than be out in the bar with the ladies. I got you.
We're on lockdown.
Is there any Dominican girls out there?
Doug went with the larger 3-bet size here. I don't know if you noticed. He went 4,100 instead of the usual 32-ish he was choosing.
Tough spot for Daniel. He's going to have to find. He has to defend this bet.
Yeah, these spots get a little weird because you start peeling with some overcards that don't really feel all that intuitive. Like, you know, King Jack, King Queen, no diamond, no club.
Another bet. 2/3 pot call. 8. We have a little bit less, a little bit more than half pot to play.
This is a weird SPR for Doug. Really shouldn't be bluffing too much here. Yeah. So that's unlucky for Daniel. Really running into it there.
My man Jordan says, "Say my name again in that accent," and then laughs.
What accent?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably the one from you from Dallas.
How many?
Should you learn to salsa before dating a Dominican? Question mark. You should learn merengue, then go up to Washington Heights, and you'll be fine. Big Pot Brewing on table 2, 12,600. Call.
These are the type of textures where Daniel as the 3-better can kind of just go off. Given the stack to pot ratio, though, it becomes a little tough because I think Doug starts calling with King X. Oh man, come on, we got to get that shove through.
I think this was right. I think this was a 4-bet pot, and then it went check check. I think that's what happened on the flop. But yeah,
but Daniel bet turn, yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, okay. So I mean, either way, like I think
here's our beautiful replay. Let's see what happens. That's not it. That's definitely not it. But it's all good.
We missed it.
We missed it. It happens, man. You know, you got to catch it. You know, this WSOP, you got to catch it right away. You know, it's not as if.
Yeah, if that is a 4-bet pot, I don't think Daniel really needs to have bluff catchers after betting turn. Doug's not really going to be set up in a spot to have a lot of bluffs anyway. I think that like most of his hands that are nothing probably start bluffing flop. Once he checks back flop, he probably has a lot of showdown value, some King X, some jacks, some queens, things of that nature, maybe even small pairs. Probably just like leaving a lot on the table by checking there. When Doug has like ace dust, he probably doesn't shove that river either. So we just miss out on those opportunities. Miss out on stacking the old King 3, you know?
Low King 3 for the fans. The players have been playing for an hour and almost 15 minutes. Scheduled to play another roughly 45 minutes. We'll see how that goes. Good call from Daniel. Calls the overbet on the river.
It's a big call. Whether it's correct or not, you like to see it. I'd love to see him start doing a little bit more bluff catching on these board textures that have a tendency to be over bluffed. One-liners, 4 flushes, double paired boards, you know, things of that nature.
Looks like some football talk in the chat now. Talking about Steelers and make people run if they lose, and
they're fine. Honestly, I think that they actually have an easier path as the 3 or 4 seed than they would as the 2. I think Baltimore is like a massive trap game in the playoffs, and now with the 7-team system, the 2 seed plays 7, which will almost certainly be Baltimore.
Don't want to flip with Baltimore.
Lamar Jackson's a problem when he's playing well. Daniel picks one off there. Wow, hit it straight.
Doug Polk up 110,000. It's a big day for Polk so far. Let's see what we can muster up if we're Daniel Negreanu. That's such a terrible phrase too. What can you muster up? Like what the fuck? Like I've been hanging around with too long around you. Muster up. What?
I'm not even sure if that's an idiom, to be honest.
What can you muster up? Like it doesn't make any sense. Like where did that even come from? Like
muster up the courage.
But
it's not mustard.
No,
muster.
I get it.
They're different.
But it sounds the same.
No, it doesn't. That's not it. Muster is a word. Mustard is a condiment.
I understand. I bet you mad people think it's mustard though.
No, I bet you they don't.
All right.
All right, Daniel's gonna take another brief break. I'm gonna turn my light on real quick. I'll be back in a minute or two if you can hold it down.
I'm gonna go muster up some water.
All right. Well, then I'll hold it down.
Okay. No, go ahead. Go.
Wait, we can't both leave the stream. Christ.
All right. Well, go ahead. Go muster up the
Kid's
light.
a real professional.
Don't relish the opportunity to muster up the courage. That's awesome. I don't know. I think it's muster up. It sounds like mustard to me. All right, let's see. I bet the Steelers minus 14, lost $300. Sports betting is a lot. I've only bet one time in sports my entire life. My friend was like, "Oh, you have to bet Khabib in this MMA fight," and I was like, "Okay, you really think it's a lock?" He's like, "Yeah." So I put a lot on it, and I didn't even watch the fight. Like the guy he won, and that was great. But ever since then, I think I've been a Khabib fan. But now he's just a fight. He retired, so the Khabib run is over for all the sports bettors.
Go get your drink.
I want it. Yeah, I'm gonna go.
You gotta get a quart of water.
Quart of water. I'm gonna get a mustard and some quart of water.
Mm-hmm. Good, I'll hold it down. These guys are back. Steelers played like they wanted Trevor Lawrence. Bro, you guys need to relax. They're gonna be fine. They had the softest schedule in the NFL. They're definitely not a 15-win team, despite the fact that they're probably going to win 13 this year. They're probably closer to like a 10-6 team on average. They're going to do just fine. They're probably not going to win a Super Bowl. They lost massive keystones to their defense in Bud Dupree and Bush, but their offense is it's just got to start clicking. Right now they're having a little bit of issues with the offensive line, not being able to get the run game going, which is kind of shutting down their pass game. But they have the youngest core receivers in the league. And outside of the last couple games, Ben's looked pretty fucking good this year. Doug going for a 3/4 pot on both tables. Daniel calls and loses to the 2 pair on the left, on the blue table, and folds on the purple table. Three bet out of Doug and a fold. Doug now using the slightly larger size here on the purple table in his opens, 948 instead of 910. I would love to know how that matters. So 910 is what, 2.2 X pot, give or take? No. Math is hard. Daniel now altering his size down to 960 from the 1K that we've seen. I can't really imagine that these fractional sizes matter too much, but here we are. Daniel decreases his size by 10%. Doug increases his size ever so slightly as well. See a big check raise here on the turn on table blue. Ace 8, 8, 9, 2 hearts. We're going to expect to see Daniel have a fair amount of hearts. Some 8x with a heart, I would imagine. So maybe like 8, 10 with a 10 of hearts. Obviously full houses. Not when he checks though. Just had the naked king of hearts running a bluff here. That's interesting. He has a good hand to continue to follow through with on the river. The 7 is nice. It does allow him to rep a little bit of 7-10. He does have the nut blocker. He blocks 8-7, which is kind of nice. Single raise pot on both tables. Likely to see the larger size out of Doug here. He does choose third pot on King Jack Deuce Rainbow. Daniel check raises the 10-9-9 board and wins. And gives up on the King Jack Deuce. Sticks with the 1K size, so the 2.5x. So he likes to go with a slightly larger size whenever he is at 100 blinds. As they get up to 150, he slightly decreases his size. I imagine that's just to keep SPR more manageable as he starts to face more 3-bets. Yeah, Tony Brewer broke it down as to what Doug's sizes are, and they seem to be changing by just fractions. Not really sure what the deep math of that. For those of you guys who are tilted by the red spade, unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about it. We are doing a color overlay on the table, and it also alters the color of the cards. So that's why they came out the way that they did. Red's turned to green, black's turned to red, apparently. Daniel with a big check raise here on 9-4-5-3, 2 diamonds. He'll certainly have 6-7 in range, as this is a single raise pot. Chris Snap says Doug's just trolling with the size. I think that's pretty unlikely. He has a hotkey set up, obviously, that he's just using for everything. So there's got to be some sort of reasoning behind it. I imagine it alters his candidate maybe by 1 or 2 combos. Or there's a more practical reason behind it. Not sure. Definitely has to do with stack depth, though. Single raise pot on table purple as Doug 3-bets on table blue.
I'm back.
Christian's back.
Sub squad. Anything happen?
No, nothing really. Silverlicious keeps talking about how he's a Browns fan and can't wait for the last game of the season. I
feel
feel
like
bad.
I think the Browns.
What?
I feel like the Browns always can't wait till the last game, because then
No, they're gonna make the playoffs this year.
Yeah. Congrats, first time in a long time.
It has been a long time.
So on the turn it went check call, check. That's a flush. Nice hand. Three bet on table one. A little less than half pot from Doug here. After the three bet gets called, turn 10. Doug throws a check. Definitely a card that is gonna be in the realm of what DNegs has. He has a fair amount of 10x appealing flop.
Yeah, I think Data probably has two sizes here. We'll see something like 25% and then maybe an overbet. Maybe he just simplifies and goes 75. Wins.
Winner. Turn comes a queen here. This very likely went raise, call, c-bet, call.
Would have had to be a big bet on the flop, but yeah. Better chance that Doug check raise flop.
Overbet. This bet is good. It's a function of the board, how it runs out. A lot of draws missed. All bets that come in are mostly going to be designed through a polarized nature.
Wins.
Little bit of the tides are turning. Is that one of those?
That's an idiom. Yeah, we'll allow it.
The tides turn.
Yeah.
Where do they go?
High tide, low tide.
So that's not a turn. That's just up and down.
No, I mean it turns. It alters the water level. Like a low tide is regressing out to sea. A high tide is progressing into shore.
I always thought turn was like left and right, but this is up and down. But sure.
Or forward and back. It's not up and down. It's not going into the atmosphere.
When they tell you, hey, can you make a turn right here? You're not going back. You're not like oh, let's hit reverse.
No, what do you do when you turn around?
That's a good point. That's a good one. Got me. You got me on that one.
Oh man, we might just have to have like a full-blown idiom podcast.
Got me on that one.
Just 30 minutes of just the tides are turning. All in on the river here from Doug. I assume this was probably a 3-bet pot. Single raise pot. Check, check, flop. Turn ace of hearts. Should see a fair amount of stabbing out of Doug here. He goes full pot. I like this.
There's a poll in the chat. If you think that tides go in and out, or if you think that tides go up and down, or if you think the tides turn, it's all available for you.
Really small bet out of Daniel on King 10-8 Rainbow. I kind of find that choice to be a little fascinating. This board texture offers a lot of equity to both. I like Doug's lead here for, what, 12.5% pot?
It's called. You'll have an array of options now.
I think Daniel can small raise there a fair amount. With a lot of hands that block the 10, a lot of hands that have showdown value and may not want to bet river.
It's a tough spot to study, right? It's like you're kind of out on the streets. Overbet.
Well, the issue is that like Doug just gets to realize a ton of equity through that size.
Yeah.
And he doesn't always have to follow through on the river. So when he has a hand like Jack 9, it's not really going to be a great river bluff for him. Unless, yeah, I don't know. Unless he takes this line. Like, I don't think he just like bets with Jack 9 on the end. But now facing an overbet himself. Ay.
Yeah, it looks like they both had a 10.
Yeah, it almost has to be the case. I will say that I don't think he's necessarily imbalanced taking these lines, but I've almost exclusively seen those donk leads by Doug be very strong.
Yeah,
and I mean, that kind of makes some sense, right? Like in these very rare spots, it's a lot easier to find the value than it is to find the bluffs, because you can just always check.
$135,000 now for Doug Polk.
He racing last session and then some.
Yeah, really doing well today. 3-bet on table 1. Winner for Doug. Daniel comes with a half pot, a little less.
Big river for Doug. Daniel probably has a 10. No heart, or no spade rather.
Check raise. Ace 4-3. Probably has a 5 or an array of different hands. Ace X's, good ace X's, 5 X's.
What up, Lisa Pickle? How are you?
bets now.
3-bet and 4-bet out of Doug between the two. Jordan, I can see your message, yes.
Call. Really good board for Doug. 9-4-2.
Keep an eye on the left table as well, as that's a 3-bet pot. C-bet and call over there. Check on the 4-bet board. Oh, go back to the purple table. Sorry, this is a different hand on the left.
So it's been checked to Doug twice now. Doug will mix in a fair amount of strong checks in on the flop.
His 4-bet size was a little bit larger as well, right? Or did he bet the flop?
No, he made a 12,000 pre.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Goes big on the king, obviously super advantageous to him. Puts Daniel in a weird spot. A lot of his range is going to want to call, as he's going to be pretty draw heavy. So I don't think he's going to be doing too much shoving there unless he plans on having a pretty robust bluff range. Does ultimately just arrive at a fold.
Doug now $100,000 stacks on both tables. Just past the top of the hour.
Doug all in again for 3.5x pot on the left. This just went check call in a single raise pot. Doug's gonna have way more 8-9 than Daniel, that's for sure. Daniel does ultimately arrive at a fold.
I'm gonna start doing that at the Bellagio. Like, it's just gonna be like really standard hand. You know, it just goes 60 call. Now the pot's like 120. Then it's like, okay, like something easy, like a little 80 call, a little 200 call, and then all of a sudden it's just like 4,000. Like, whoa, relax, bro. Like,
4-bet out of DNegs here. Wins. River raise out of DNegs here. Wins.
Yeah. We need some of the big ones to be like big win. You start now, Daniel, with this 3-bet.
Tough texture for a 3-bet pot for Daniel, but one that certainly favors him. Does go small. I don't think I love small quite as much on this type of texture. I think we have a fair amount of give-ups here. And hands that just kind of want to deny equity. Although, when you have hands like queens, jacks, tens, you're not really going to want to go 3/4.
The poll responds with the ties go in and out. So we're going to change the term.
Single raise pot on both sides.
Yo, my man Trump came in strong. He's like, nah, bro, 600 is not enough. 2,000 or nothing.
I actually thought that was like one of the better addresses that he's made, mainly because he actually just read what's written for him instead of going off script. But yeah, I mean, obviously, like, this is kind of a byproduct of his presidency coming to an end, him still trying to make a run at overturning it and winning some favor for the pardons he's about to give out.
He gave out mad pardons, bro.
Yeah.
He's a He's about that
I
part.
saw Timex tweet. He wanted to see what the price was that Trump would pardon Epstein.
Epstein's dead.
I know.
Damn, bro. Timex got no chill.
I mean, it would just be like a weird flex out of Trump.
Just got an email from your favorite flight crew of Jet Suite X saying they're still in operations. They're ready to go.
Mm-hmm. In case you ever want to get back to LA.
LA's nice.
This feels like a real uphill battle today. Appreciate you stopping by, Jordan. I understand it's getting late over there. Thanks for tuning into the stream.
He's in London, man. Or in the UK. It's late.
Patrick Ramey said, Berkey, I checked out your college baseball stats. You were a pickoff artist. That's because I walked so many people, Patrick. I had a lot of opportunities. Really had to work on the move. I was actually, man, it's so weird that you brought that up. I literally had a dream last night that I went back to my college and was the pitching coach. And I had to explain why I walked so many people to the staff.
That's what you dream about during COVID?
That was the dream I had. I had some like sound coaching skills though. Like, I don't remember everything now, but the drills I had them going through, I just had them like, I was like, we are gonna lead the nation in fewest walks allowed.
Nice bet. Gets called by King High. It feels, I'm curious how Daniel is feeling right now, right? Like, is he going to continue past the half of the hour, or will he say, okay, I'm done for today?
Yeah, I mean, like, being in his shoes, these types of matches feel very frustrating, where it just feels like your opponent has all the leverage and you can't do anything right.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it kind of ups the gamble in you. Maybe that's how we landed on the threes scenario. I'm not sure. What was my GPA in college? I think I graduated with a 3.0, which is a miracle because I stopped going to class after my freshman year.
Yep. Sorry. I almost choked on that one. But that's the American college system. You know? Never goes to class.
I treated it like a business. I went
graduates with a B. He's good.
That was hard work.
Send them out.
I went to all my professors on day one of class and I said, I'm a student athlete who has my hands in a lot of things. I'm not going to be able to make it to class. If you feel like I'm not keeping up with the work, go ahead and dock me the 10% on my grade, but otherwise I'll be at all the office hours. Mm-hmm. And they never took the 10%. I did just enough to get a B.
Yep.
4-bet pot on table purple. The 5-5-4 2 spades. I think we'll see a small bet out of Daniel here. I could be wrong though. This could be a spot to go closer to like 60%. There are a lot of action killing cards on the turn. When you have overpairs, you do kind of want to press. He just has so much nothing is the problem. But you could just mix big bets and checks. He does go for full pot. I like this. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Bang. Pop.
Kind of had to catch myself in real time. Probably not a board we're going to small bet in a 4-bet spot.
Anything is possible as long as you plug it into the solve.
That's true.
3-bet, 4-bet.
I have a feeling Daniel's going to roll a little bit higher this last hour or so.
Let's go, Daniel. Fucking do it.
They are
All
deep
of it.
enough now. Wow. I was going to say they are deep enough where there's room for 5-bet folds. Doug doesn't have one of those hands, though. I imagine this is going to be like ace king, ace queen, jacks, queens, kings. Probably not aces. I think we can rule out aces for this size, but you know, he might just be rolling with aces, playing the rest of them pretty pure.
Just your cool standard, you know, Wednesday night, $78,000 shove with jacks.
Gotta do what you gotta do, man.
What are you gonna do?
Gotta do what you gotta do.
You know? Just make sure the tides keep coming your way. Three-bet pot, king 10, 5. Monotone to the hearts. Fair amount of small betting gets done here. As you see, quarter pot from Daniel Negreanu.
On both tables. Table blue is a one-liner with 3 hearts. Doug calls on both. I think Daniel probably has to bluff catch with a lot of his 5x on the blue table. I imagine we'll see him start to check some of that, some of his 9-10 with no hearts. Probably all of his 2-pair. Daniel should have a lot of calls here. Facing 3/4 pot, he does find a fold. Just went for the cheap stab on the turn for quarter pot. It failed. Ultimately had to give up river.
The tank fold. Check raise after the middle sizing 3-bet. I'm gonna start 3-betting people on the flop more, that's for sure.
These clicks are nice. They put people in difficult spots. Doug can have a lot of hands to click it with here. He can have some 2 pairs, obviously. Wow. Interesting what folds in Daniel's response. Probably just like naked backdoors.
Yeah, it's probably like ace
5 of diamonds.
Yeah, like ace of the suit, and then like a random 8 or something, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't quite put my finger on it, but I feel like this session has not been a lot in the way of coolers. We did have the ace queen versus ace king and the ace king versus queens, but they.
There was also that 10x versus 10x hand, though.
Yeah, but that wasn't a super big pot. And they broke even on the ace king versus queens, ace queen versus ace king spot. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like this one's been a little bit more strategic, and maybe that's why it feels a little bit more, as somebody who's pulling for Daniel, a little bit more overbearing. I don't necessarily get the sense that he's getting run over, but I do get the sense that Doug's having no hiccups with his strategy right now.
Yeah, I think he's playing great.
Three bet out of Daniel on table purple.
I have one quota per stream, but I have to hit one nice thing.
Sure.
About Doug per stream. That's my new thing.
Big bet out of Daniel on the 9-8 deuce board. Turn ace. This favors him. I don't really think we're going to see... I'm wrong. I was going to say, I don't think we're going to see overbets on that particular card. Because he's going to have so many single pair hands. But he does get to apply a lot of pressure to Doug's drawing range. I would love to know what Daniel's hand was there. Queen Jack, maybe. King Queen.
I missed that one. I was looking at our beautiful chat with all these beautiful people, 347 of you just like tuning in from all over the world to hear the sultry sounds of Matt Berkey.
You can thank Andre for the background music. He's been killing it. Brian Brunels asks if I think that Daniel is overfolding to Doug's overbets. It's difficult to say. We have no idea. We haven't seen the hands. I did have a sense for quite some time that Daniel was maybe overfolding a little bit, but we saw some hero calls the last couple sessions, which I was happy to see. I think Daniel's making adjustments on the fly. I think he's doing a lot in between sessions as well. But I also think Doug is too. You know, we've seen flop rebet happen 3 times today. So those are new additions. Clearly a byproduct of adding some more nodes to the decision tree.
Yeah, both players are working hard, man. It's kind of impressive to see from both players, just kind of each one leveling up.
Yeah. Thank you, Lisa. I don't feel like I have COVID, to be honest. I haven't had any symptoms except loss of taste the entire time. So I'm one of the lucky ones, I suppose. Single raise pot on table purple. Check call. Diamonds fill. Imagine we'll see some 30% here out of Doug, some checkbacks. Probably not much big betting. He will have a fair amount of 9x in his checkback range. He'll also be protected with some king x. Not much in the way of flushes, so Daniel is probably going to be between a block and an overbet when he chooses to bet. Goes for 2/3. Okay. It's kind of difficult for me to know what hands are fitting in there. King X makes the most sense. Like, to me, that's like a really obvious king. Maybe I'm just being too simple in identifying that spot, but when he bets 2/3 there, I feel like it's like a king and a king only. I wonder what Doug's...
You could have Jack 10.
Yeah, sure. But I think that those hands are going to want to just be a part of the overbet range with the flushes and the 9x.
Yeah, they're probably in both ranges.
Yeah, sure. You have to find enough bluffs though for the big bet range, right? Like you're gonna have a fair amount of value there. With I don't imagine flushes are betting 75% too often. If we assume that he's imbalanced and just has a king when he bets, 66.
He just have a 9.
Yeah, sure. But he's also going to want to have some 9x in the overbet range. No. So he's splitting his 9s. He's probably putting all of his flushes in the overbet range. That's a lot of candidates to now add to bluff. You know, he's going to have somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 15 to choose from.
Yeah, that's true.
What up, Jamin? It's good, my man.
Yo, my man Jordan in the chat he said he was going to sleep like an hour ago.
I know.
He can't turn it off though, you know?
It's too lit. Michael says, what do you think about Daniel saying him being down in 12.5k hands and the winner of 25k hands comes on the variance, basically as opposed to being outplayed? He mentioned that in your interview. Yeah, I think he might have been playing up the variance side of things a little bit. He acknowledged, though, that he is losing at about the rate that he expected to be, about 10 big blinds per 100. And then maybe he's running about 10 big blinds per 100 below EV as well. So basically, I think he was just displaying that, you know, he has a shot. But yeah, I would disagree that over 25,000 hands, it's not clear who has edge. It may not be clear who has like a dominating edge, and against two very, very, very close opponents, it may be a little bit less clear. But 25,000 hands is a pretty fair sample. Doug all in here again. Daniel with a snap. No good, though. No good versus the King 10.
Nice hand from Doug.
I think that's okay. I think it's okay. Sometimes we just have a bluff catcher and we lose. And I think that's indirectly kind of a good thing. It sucks to lose the money, but I do think that it's a good thing to not be giving up too much.
That is what you wanted to see. You told them yourself on the podcast. If you haven't seen it, it is on our page. Daniel came on the Solve for Why vlogcast and said, I can do it, man. And this is why. And Berkey was like, well, watch it happen. Tune in. And here we are. Down 190,000.
Doug choose the donk lead again on the pair 9. Daniel does choose the small raise, which I kind of indicated he could have done the previous time. But if you're bluffing, you have to follow through, bro. You can't just lose to the 4. He's not only bet calling with, you know, a queen or better. Matter of fact, a queen probably isn't doing that. It's more likely to be the 4, the 9, some cheap equities trying to realize like Jack 10, no heart. Maybe 10-8, no heart.
2 pair.
Have a good one, Jordan. Thank you for tuning in, my man. Pretty interesting river for both. Doug should have an advantage in Queen X here, I would imagine, or at least nutted Queen X's. He'll have all the ace queen. Daniel won't. Daniel may have a slight edge in diamonds, all things considered. Oh yeah, both have a lot of squadouche. Daniel could probably consider turning his hand into a bluff, blocking ace queen. That hand certainly doesn't show down by the time they get to that point.
This is an interesting. They went click, click, click on table 2, which was.
So single raise pot, Daniel check min raises, Doug 3 bets. Turn 4, now Daniel very likely to be checking. Nope, he donks again, 10% pot. This has all the earmarkings of a flush, by the way. The check raise call 3 bet, and then the board double pairs, and now he's saying cock fuck really loud in his office.
Oh man.
I mean, you can't get greedy here. I think you just have to start check calling. Okay, so he goes for pot. Maybe he does have a hand like 6-4. Although I feel like 6s and 6-4 specifically may want to do a little bit more blocking to induce some raises out of dog. Okay, that hand makes a lot of sense. That hand makes a lot of sense. I like what he did there. It sounds like Doug was on the side of likely having a flush a little bit more often. So he wasn't actually screaming cockfuck. He was actually screaming, "Oh baby, oh baby." The old man was speeding and found it.
Old man speeding. I like that term actually. It's nice.
70% pot here on the end by Daniel. Actually closer to 66. He had it. He had the old 6-6. The old 6-6. Nice to hit those running sixes once in a while. The old backdoor trips draw.
Bottom pair trip draw is the strongest draw in Nolan Hold'em. I've said it for years.
It's true.
It's really dangerous.
He just nailed it on the with the 5 deuce. Check raise bottom pair. He had that bottom pair trip draw.
Bottom pair trip draw, man, it's real. It's a real thing. Like right now, he could have a deuce. It's like it's disguised.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom pair trip draw, man, it's real.
20% pot on the 10-8-5 monotone. I think this bet size is becoming a lot more en vogue, even smaller in some instances, but he obviously couldn't go any smaller there. That was the minimum.
If
Turn
they let
3,
you, he would.
Yeah. Check. Might hit that bottom pair trip draw.
That would be nice. When bottom pair trip draw turns into quads, that's strong. Especially when you're up against somebody that might bomb it on you. Nice hand from Doug there. Flush fills on table number 2, the purple table.
Check on the turn, King of Hearts.
Poker After Dark comes out today, I think. Already came out.
High stakes.
Oh, High Stakes came out. Ooh. All right, guys, wrap it up. Wrap this up. I gotta watch my man Durr. Let's go, man. Let's go.
We're gonna see Lynn G make her very brief debut.
Yeah, nice hand, Lynn, but let's bring in Durr. Lynn, she's on that episode. But remember when like Kanye West went on stage and was like, "This is really for Beyonce," like, and that's kind of what's happening right now. It's like, yeah, Taylor Swift, she did good, but this is really Beyonce's award. Like, this is Durr coming back. You know? That's how it works.
I'm looking forward to the Ivy episodes.
Wow, doesn't like Durr. Loves Ivy.
Durr's on those also.
Yeah, of course he's on. They're not gonna take him off. Season 2 is gonna be interesting. There was a lot of where's G-Man type of talk. Where's Daniel?
Yeah, I imagine we'll see Daniel make a return for sure.
All I know is they need to bring my pitcher back, bro. That guy's legit. That guy's
Michael
like
Schwimmer.
Yeah, Michael Schwimmer. Bro, I like watching him play. I want to see.
He battled.
There's certain people I want to see, like Schwimmer, G-Man. I I want to see those guys go at it. Just gangsters.
Do you want to see Helmuth on high stakes poker, or do you think he's best regarded for like poker after dark? Like he's a tier down.
He. I always want to see Helmuth though. Like he's entertaining to watch.
Yeah, but you don't like want to see him with Rick putting on the 16 and him just like knitting.
Yeah, that's the problem. The game gets too big. Helmuth is rich, but the way he plays doesn't necessarily, like, you wouldn't know it.
Why is Daniel sitting out on one table? Oh, they're just fixing the button.
Yeah. It might be over.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems probable that they're going to these lengths to fix the button. Doug working on one final 3-bet. Jack 7-5 two-tone. Card should favor Daniel in a pretty big way. Doug will obviously have some 9-10, but I think the caller is more complete on equity that touches here.
Yeah, a little bit of 6-4 also.
Yeah.
Small bet's cool.
Yeah, about 40%.
B40. Both players using the B40.
I could see Doug check shoving here with some hands that want to deny. 9's pretty fascinating. Daniel probably also has more Queen 10 than Doug at this point. Probably just has more 10x overall.
Nice hand. I expect that to be the last hand. We will stick around and see, but I do expect that to be the last hand. We have hit 2 hours. Doug Polk is up 170,000. Pretty good time to say timeout. We'll be back after Christmas, but we'll see. He could also just be taking a break. They also sometimes come back after this.
So they are going to be playing next week. So I believe the schedule was to go Monday, Wednesday, Monday. Is that right? And then take off for the New Year. I think the 28th is the next session, which I believe is next Monday. So Daniel's going to have some time. I know it's the holidays. He's probably not going to want to be grinding study too much, but I think it's probably going to be necessary for him to put in a few hours. I imagine Doug will be in the lab. Probably doesn't give one shit about the holidays.
Yeah.
That's the thing, man. If, like, you know, you got Mr. T in the basement, like Rocky 3 just out there grinding, like, what's your prediction for the match? Just pain. You gotta match that intensity. You gotta be out there just as hard. You like that one?
I just don't. There you go. You see, you talk shit, and now my man is back. There's Mr. T for you. Like, all right, bitch, let's go then. Wow, what a legend! Just says, you want to see intensity? He might have just been tuning into your stream talking like that.
Nah, he
might have just been like, what? What did he say? Yo, send me back in. Let's go.
He just had to pee. He just had to pee.
I'm gonna ask him later. Be like, yo, you heard what Berkey said about you, right? And he's gonna be like, yeah, that's why I sat back in and went on a 100K run. Let him keep talking. Mm-hmm. I'm Mr. T.
I hope he does go on a 100K run. That'd be nice. I feel like this tweet was for Andre. Chris Saka tweeted, to everybody who got into trading stocks this year, I have a little bit of truth for you. You're not that good. You just caught a wild bull market. Take some money off the table. You hear that, Andre?
Well, Andre trades?
He's dabbling. He's out there Trying to move the needle.
Do your thing, Andre. I believe in you. If you want to do it, do it.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to just reach the top level of being a trader, do it. If you want to move to Miami, be part of the new Goldman Sachs, do it. Don't take no money on the table. Live or die. Don't let the tides turn on you.
Guess it's time to just buy more coin.
I'm in the mix. I'm in the negotiating mixes right now.
He's in the mix. Scott Parrish says, Berkey, I assume you played a lot with JRB. Is he fun to have at the table? Seems like a fun guy on TV. Yeah, man, he's a blast. He's a great, gracious host. He knows how to keep a game entertaining.
He is the #1 storyteller that I've ever encountered in poker. He has all the stories.
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true.
He's like, so one time, Dur was staking this guy. I don't want to say who it is because it doesn't matter. Dur's staking this guy. And he's down $1 million, but he's only rebuying for 100 and just flinging it in. Like, if you really want, if you gotta get
it wasn't 100, it was 20K at a time.
20K at a time?
Who it is. Yeah.
And it was $1 million. He was down $1 million though.
He lost $1 million playing like 100, 200, or 200, 400, just buying it for 20K bullets and firing it.
That's insane.
He was the first pro that got let into that game. Mm-hmm. Sounds like there's a buying opportunity for you, Chin.
For what?
Rumors crypto's crashing.
I know. That's why bro. You think I needed the chat to tell me, bro? I was on the phone, bro.
It's down a whole $600.
Yeah, 600 is nice. Buy a lot of stuff with 600. Who backs JRB? I don't know, man. I don't know anybody's business. Maybe he's on his own. Maybe he sold his condo. Maybe he gets backed. Maybe
it's public knowledge.
I don't know, man. I don't know anybody's business.
It's public knowledge. He's been on record many times saying that Robles is backer.
Allegedly, Robles is backer. Robles will neither confirm nor deny on this podcast or this stream. But I've heard that before. I also heard Tom Dwan was backing him once. I've heard
that was a long time ago.
I heard he was on his own one time and ran up 20 million or 5 million or whatever.
5 million.
Berkey got kicked out of that game.
Mm-hmm.
And there you go. There you have it.
True story.
Could have been you, Bert.
Could have been me. He beat me aces versus kings for a $500,000 pot to send me on my way. And then the chairman came and took my seat. They played for 4 days straight.
I feel like your time is coming again, though.
Sure.
Really
I'm sure there'll just be a day where the chairman stumbles in and I'm in the game. I'm sitting with case money and I don't get up.
That is some legendary shit, though. Like, you literally are down to like a buy-in. He was down to like a buy-in, right?
Oh, he was only in the game for 100,000. By the time they were like 10 hours into the session, the chairman made it a minimum buy-in of $1 million. And
but Jeremy didn't have $1 million, right?
He had like 750, and they just grandfathered him in. They said it's okay, you could stay. So he was already up like 600.
Yeah.
He parlayed it into like a $5 million win.
What a life.
What up, Philip?
He said it changed his life.
It did. Definitely did. Bought a condo.
Bought a Bentley truck.
Doing business with Roble.
Who is the chairman?
Chop chop.
The chairman is the chairman.
Yeah.
He goes by the chairman. He isn't.
He's a mythical creature. I've never met him.
He's the chairman, and only people that know the chairman know the chairman. I've never met him either, but I've heard of him. It's probably worth more than the state of New Jersey.
He's definitely probably worth more than some countries.
That's what should happen. They should have the chairman versus Andy Beal heads up, just like the biggest game ever. Like, we'll be right here on the Solve for Why channel streaming it. They'll play online.
Games like that are happening in China for sure. I heard a guy lost a casino.
Yeah.
And then became the assistant to the person that he lost the casino to.
Stop! You just added that part.
No, it's dead truth.
I heard of the hotels.
Or maybe it was a hotel, yeah.
Yeah, the hotels. But, the hotels, I feel like it's not the first hotel they lost. Like, it's like, that's like normal. Like, yeah, okay, like, just ship that hotel. I wish I could lose the hotel. That means I'm doing really well.
Doug finds a big bet over here on the one-liner to the jack. Didn't see the action up until this point. I imagine Daniel's bluff catchers are going to be 2-pair plus. Probably not calling with very much 1-pair unless it contains a spade. Maybe like King X of spades. Or sorry, King X with the King of spade.
Wow, tonight's gonna be poker night at my house. After this, we're gonna watch Tom Blanc. It's a good life.
Overbet by Daniel wins. Three-bet pot. Good.
Nah, I was gonna talk about something else. So, 3-bet pot's cool.
Daniel 3-bets on table purple. 9-5-3, 2 diamonds. Probably see a lot of big betting here. Fair amount of checking. He does go for the 2/3 pot, it appears. Eight is going to be pretty favorable to Doug, I think. Daniel will certainly have 6-7.
I still think he can. He doesn't have to pure check this card at all.
No,
definitely.
No, I agree. Yeah, I do agree. It's just tough because he doesn't have a whole lot of 2-pair plus.
Yeah. I mean, he'll have some 9-8 probably. But yeah, I see what you're saying for sure.
The SPR is a little awkward in the sense that if you start betting like jacks through aces big here, it gets a little weird, I think.
Yeah. Interesting river jack of diamonds.
It's definitely a tough river for Daniel to navigate. A lot of his bluff catchers are 1-pairs. It's going to be pretty hard to sift through them and figure out which ones are going to perform the best. Just because of the availability to bluff that Doug possesses here, I expect him to be shoving. And
that's a flush.
Obviously, he's not going to be. He probably just had a hand like Jack 10, which has no reason to shove.
Yeah.
Just to check down and lose.
Nice hand from Daniel. I think he played that well.
Anuj Yadiv says, Berkey, is there anything that you currently implement in your game that you think will become a trend in the future, like small C bets became standard? I think a lot of what I implemented has become standard, unfortunately. Big C bets, as we see a lot of 75% pot taking place these days, was an earmark of my style. I've done a lot of limping off of sub 25 blind stacks in tournaments. That's now just very trendy. Bigger 3-bet sizes. Yeah, I mean, like, a lot of what I had done pre-solves was just like a lot of big bet poker. So a lot of overbets, a lot of large C-bet sizes, a lot of large opening sizes, 3-bet sizes, things of that nature. And I think that they're all kind of becoming a more common aspect of strategy. It's difficult to do any like one thing that sticks out now because so much is size based. So really, I don't think there's a lot of room for creativity unless the creativeness is in the sizing itself. Your frequencies are just going to be what they are. They're going to correlate.
Yeah, bro. Get your shit off, bro. Let them know you're an OG of the game. Like you were the solve before the solve, bro. Let them know, bro.
Yeah, it's tough to. I mean, it's tough for any of that stuff to shine through now because it's just been discovered not through trial and error. And I don't think that like individuals in and of themselves really everybody's trying to approach the solve a little bit better, right? And come as close to equilibrium as they can. So I think we see a lot less creativity and a lot more implementation.
It's all about who's got the next machine. I don't know. I still think there's a little bit of talent that goes with poker.
Well, yeah, I think the talent is being able to intuitively recognize where those spots exist without necessarily seeing the solve.
Big check raise. Sorry to cut you off.
That is a big check raise. It's about a pot size raise. Doug will probably be bluff catching here. We went for the half pot size on the river, so I would imagine his value range is pretty wide. Probably folding most of his 9x. Could be calling with like some ace-9, ace of hearts, perhaps.
Three bet.
B40. Jack 7-3 rainbow. A lot of continues out of Daniel here for sure. Pretty bad turn for Daniel. I expect Doug to be big betting here at a fair reason, or fair frequency. Daniel does pick up a lot of equity on the turn ace. Ooh, interesting. So Daniel obviously is floating all of his ace high, which maybe leads to Doug checking a little bit more often. And maybe it's because some of Daniel's floats like Queen 10, King 10 have also picked up equity.
Curious what he's going to come with. Comes with another check.
I imagine he's just like king high here, some pocket pairs, 7x. Obviously, he should be checking pretty much all of his ace-x now. Still likes to check fold.
Daniel now creeping up at almost 100,000 on table 2. Three bet from Doug. Small bet on flop. Ace Ace Jack seems standard so far. Call 7 hearts.
This should decrease the bet size as the board texture is changed.
Bet size at 0, says Doug.
Daniel probably goes small here a fair amount, 4,000-ish. A lot of his check back range, I think, will be Jack X, some King High, Queen High, King 10, Queen 10.
It's another check.
Probably isn't going to have a lot of bluffs to find here. Just backdoor diamonds. 9-10 of diamonds that chose not to bluff the turn, which doesn't really align. Hello.
Good check.
Good check. It's a tough spot to be in when you have a jack for Daniel because you're probably going to have to bet call. I like Doug's check with ace-10 a lot better than a block there, I think. You're obviously never really inducing a raise.
Yeah.
Daniel does have some bluff. The challenging part of that texture is that Daniel just doesn't have a lot of bluffs. Like his Queen 10, King 10 probably don't start bluffing now. They just take whatever little bit of showdown value they have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially King High for sure.
Mm. Yeah, you really need him to have diamonds that he chose not to bluff on the turn. Jordan's back.
It's real out here, man. These guys are battling. You thought it was over for the night. You were like, bro, you threw in the towel. You ain't Mr. T. You ain't shit.
You know, I was talking about the time in between matches, right? Not the 3-second break he took.
That's a time in between the match. You thought the match was over, so the time started right at that moment.
Mm.
The match was over. You're like, all right, they're breaking, and then you started,
I'm just saying if Daniel wants to close the gap, he has to outwork somebody that's working very, very hard.
Let's go, Daniel. Start working. That's what he said. Let's go. Sits right back down. Ready to battle. He's ready to cut the lead at 20K. You only got to do that 7.5 more times. Today. Just need to muster up the energy.
I hate mustard.
You hate a lot of condiments that are not ketchup.
You're goddamn right. Ketchup and butter, those are my only condiments.
Like, you hate mayonnaise.
Yeah. Shit's
You
gross.
hate mustard.
Ketchup and butter.
And not even all ketchup. You don't even do all ketchup. You only do like one style of ketchup.
What kind of psychopath eats anything other than Heinz? Like, this isn't a debate. It's not like there are multiple flavors of ketchup. There's one ketchup. It's Heinz.
You should just have. You can't even taste anything right now. You probably still won't have the other ketchup.
No, you're goddamn right I wouldn't.
That's just pride, bro.
I wouldn't have any ketchup right now. It's just a waste of calories.
Oh, man.
You can give me anything. It all tastes the same.
Berkey definitely does not like soy sauce.
No. Definitely not. That shit out of here.
That's so crazy, bro.
No soy boy.
You don't like soy sauce. You don't like duck sauce. You don't like nothing sauce. If it ends in sauce, you don't need it.
Yeah. I don't need
Let's
that.
look up all the things that end in sauce. Hold on a second. 4-bet pot.
4-bet. Let's go. All in call. I just want to see it. Let's go. All in call. This is gonna get spicy. 2.3 SPR. Daniel goes small. This is a tough board for Doug to have a ton of folds when he calls a 4-bet. All of his suited connectors land in some capacity. All of his broadways feel like they want to continue. Most of his ace high also probably wants to continue, as it's likely to be ace wheel, ace 10 plus.
That's a
Check,
good river.
check.
It's a good river for Daniel for sure.
Well, it depends where he's at, I think. It's not great if he has like king queen, queen 10, king 10. Feels pretty good if he has ace high. I think we have to start calling like most of our ace highs here.
I don't know, man. You have a lot of pairs that check the turn.
Yeah, but like Doug has so many available bluffs. Think of all the suited connectors that he possesses in this spot. He's unlikely to be shoving a 5.
Yeah.
He's also probably pretty unlikely to shove like ace 10 plus for ace highs. So like we probably see a little bit of ace deuce, ace 4. Yeah, I don't know how thin he goes for value there. I don't think he shoves a 5. Maybe 6s, 7s, 8s.
Yeah, seems about right. Like 9s.
Yeah, but like if he's shoving those hands, then we possess them a little bit less frequently as well. I don't know, man. I think ace highs start to do a little bit of calling.
Yeah,
a lot of Doug's best bluffs there are going to be like king queen, king 10, queen 10 that block the jack or have a blocker to the jack.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so here we go. Oyster sauce.
I would like to have seen him call. No, I don't want any oyster sauce.
Big Mac sauce.
No.
Grey Poupon.
Wins. No. Nothing you say is anything that I've ever eaten.
Sriracha.
No. I mean, I've had it, but I don't like it.
Hot sauce.
Had it, but don't like it.
Buffalo sauce.
No. Had
Tabasco.
it. These are all hot sauces, man. They're just
yeah,
plain.
no, just trying to see if there's maybe you slip in one of them and say yeah. I mean, this is hard. Okay. Sour cream sauce?
Sour cream's not a sauce.
Well, you know, they have one in there. It's kind of like a sauce. All right.
I like barbecue flavored things, but I don't like barbecue sauce. Like, I like a smoky flavor. The Texas barbecue is nice. Can you make bone broth into a condiment? I think so. I mix bone broth with chicken and rice. It feels like a condiment.
Pink sauce.
I don't know what that is.
You know what pink sauce is? When you get... Oh, that's why. When you get mayonnaise and ketchup and you mix it together, it's pink sauce.
It's nasty.
We used to have that shit all the time in Jersey, bro. We used to have the pink sauce with fries and a little bit of the quarter waters.
Mm-hmm. PA, they put ranch on everything.
You like ranch?
No. That's why I'm not fat.
Jesus.
3-bet call on purple table. Jack 8-6, 2 diamonds. Probably see a lot of checking out of Daniel here. Some 3/4 pot betting. He can protect his checking range here pretty well. A lot of his Jack X is fine to check call. Same with his 8X. He goes for full pot. I kind of dig that. His overpairs are going to want to do that at a reasonable frequency.
Do you like gravy?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we got one.
Sausage gravy's nice.
We got one, guys and girls. Gravy. Doug Polk up 155,000.
Goes for a small raise here on the river. Daniel's tank intrigues me. His bluffs should just be folding, or I mean, I guess he could be considering a rebluff. Not sure how thin he's going for value there. I feel like he can't really fold King X there.
Over bet. Call.
Tricky river.
Okay.
I don't know. It's that tricky. Let's get a little value for our time. What do you say there, Danny? Block the king queen. Jack 10's just gonna call. It's not gonna raise. I think we can be pretty okay about not getting value cut there. We're not value betting the ace queen. We're not value betting the ace king. What are we value betting?
He overbet the turn though, you know that, right?
I understand.
Oh, okay.
I still think we can get. I mean, he got called by a 10. Big flip. Can he hold? He did it. He came from behind again. This one's actually a flip. Or a lot closer to a flip. Big late night rally from the DNegs. Big late night rally. 160K pot there. That's going to cut the deficit in half.
Let's go, man. Do it again. One more. That's gotta feel good though.
Yeah, for sure. 100%.
I don't think I've ever had shepherd's pie or whatever that's called.
Me either.
It's like they don't make
Fake
that shit.
pie.
They don't make that in DR.
It's a British plate.
You like marinara sauce?
Yeah, I grew up in an Italian household.
We got two. We got some gravy, some marinara sauce. About to have a nice evening.
I like Italian food.
Lead has been cut under 6 figures. Good news for Daniel, as he was down 170 briefly ago.
Wow. Trump pardons Roger Stone, Paul Manafort, and Jared Kushner's father, Charles.
Yeah, I mean, you knew Roger Stone was in the mix, man.
This guy gives zero fucks, man.
Who else? Let's see. Why doesn't he pardon Edward Snowden? He just pardoned Snowden. That's who really needs a pardon. He wasn't even that bad. I mean, in fairness, like, you know, if me and you were like ride or die, right? And then I become president and they get you on something, like, I'm gonna pardon. I'm gonna be like, yo, like, that's my man. Like, Like, I'll make believe like, yo, just stay in there a couple months because like, I can't just like snap pardon you because that's like obstruction of justice. But like, once I'm about to be out, like, I'll take care of you. Like, you're pardoned. You can stay in my golf course. Like, free for life. Like,
sure.
Like, you're good. We go down in history. Like, we're good.
What else can you do, man?
Like, just imagine like Trump leaves his man in jail. Like, that's crazy. Like, you can't do that. You just can't leave your man's in jail like that. Like that was already set up. Like, as soon as he went to jail, he's like, okay, I'm gonna be here like 9 months tops, and then I'm gonna go chill. That's good.
Big pot on table blue. Looks like it was a 4-bet pot. Check, check, flop. Doug goes third on the turn deuce. Pretty bricky turn. Brings backdoor clubs. He'll have a lot of ace highs, but probably not checking back and then betting much ace high. Maybe some ace 4 for the nuts. Ace deuce for a protection bet, perhaps.
Leave Bernie Madoff in jail. Leave him in jail. Fuck that guy. I heard Bernie Madoff cost the New York Mets like infinite.
Mm-hmm. True story. More than Syndergaard cost him.
Who's that? The pitcher.
Yeah.
They're always a pitcher. They're always like expensive ass fucking pitchers that never amount to anything. Fucking either that or fucking Bobby Bonilla or some shit.
He's very good. You just he's on a shit team.
Yeah, that's what they all say. That's what Trevor Hoffman was saying for fucking infinite years.
Trevor Hoffman's the all-time save leader.
I know, he was very good, but he was on a shit team.
And he's still the all-time save leader.
Yeah, well, good for him. I fucking watched him. I watched him once or twice when he was on TV. Every now and then, San Diego Padres didn't really get national coverage in Jersey.
I think they won one World Series with him. Maybe not. Maybe they just went and lost.
Yeah, Tony Gwynn ain't win no World Series.
He wasn't just on Tony Gwynn's team.
That's all the people will ever know.
He might have played long enough to see Tony Gwynn die.
Wow. I mean, no chill on this fucking stream.
Tony Gwynn died like 10 years ago. Mouth cancer.
Wait, Tony Gwynn died?
Yeah, he had mouth cancer.
Which his kid plays?
Yeah, plays for the Dodgers. Well, he did play for the Dodgers. Not sure where he's at now.
How do you get salivary gland cancer? That's
tobacco, man.
Oh, yeah, he had... Okay. Tony Gwynn got an addiction to smokeless tobacco. So he was just, like, eating that tobacco stuff. Gave him cancer. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Tony Gwynn's family sued the tobacco industry.
That's crazy.
Yo, they need a Netflix doc on this.
I mean, smokeless tobacco is, like, widely used in baseball. Snuff and chew.
Wow, that's crazy. Shit.
Am I still gonna get the corona vaccine? I'm not sure. I guess.
Yeah, you're probably supposed to, because you can get corona again in like 3 months or something.
I should have the antibodies, right?
Yeah, but it only lasts you 3 months.
Yeah, if it only lasts me 3 months, and that means the vaccine's only gonna last me 3 months.
I don't know the difference of those two.
All vaccine is a slowly induced, like a microdose of the disease.
Yeah. I don't know.
Say that again. Andre says that the vaccine is RNA based, which changes one of your DNA strands, inoculating you for at least a longer period of time, maybe forever. Well, in that case, yeah, I'll get it.
What else they gonna change in people's DNA? You know, the next 10 years is about to be crazy. About to come out with some new shit. Like,
it's really funny. Everybody's been texting me saying, like, feel better and don't worry, the vaccine will be there soon. And I'm like, what the fuck do I need a vaccine for now? I already have it. It's too late. It's too late.
Okay, the ultimate question, right, when I was growing up for baseball, was if Greg Maddux or Randy Johnson was better.
It's kind of apples and oranges.
I know. That's what I've been hearing for 20 years. Like, I don't
Greg Maddux is a better pitcher.
If you were in Game 7 of the World Series and you had to pick your ace, who you go?
Randy Johnson. He's just more talented. He's way more talented, but Greg Maddux was way more precise. Like, it's Greg Maddux was the solver, and Randy Johnson was Isildur, the brain solver.
Yeah. So you're going with Randy Johnson. All right. I dig it. I'm with you.
I mean, it's just tough to throw. Don't get me wrong. Like, I guess the difference is that, like, Randy Johnson would still be dominant today. It would be very hard for Maddux to be. It's just difficult to get out there and only throw 87 and be as dominant as Maddux was. But, like, they just didn't know nearly as much about hitting 20 years ago as they do now.
Now it's about throwing heat.
Yeah, the average mile per hour on fastball is, like, increased like 10% over the last decade every year, like year over year. I think the average fastball now is like something like 94.5 miles per hour, and in the early 2000s I think it was like 88.5 or 89.
Next they're gonna fucking change the DNA and people are gonna be throwing 120.
We've already seen
little kids in DR just like throwing baseballs at the wall.
We've seen 105, which is like unspeakable. Well, Joe Volpe, being that he works in the medical industry, is giving us better info than our producer, Andre. He's saying that it induces a much more robust immunoresponse than the wild virus by getting to your cells and making spike proteins, thus causing antibodies, B and T cell memory cells. Which I don't know what any of that means, but apparently it's more effective than actually catching the disease.
The wild virus. There was some really good baseball movies too in like the early 2000s and stuff, like the 90s and shit.
All by Kevin Costner?
I don't know. The wild virus made me think of that, like, wild thing. Like, what movie was that? That was a good
movie. Major League.
Yeah, that was a good one.
A lot of work still to be done here for Daniel. He's chipping away.
Trip 5 is going to help. Not exactly the bottom pair trip draw, but it was close.
Need to see him make some headway over here on the left. 3-bet pot. Doug continues small.
Ace is very interesting. Both players can have it, but Ace King is definitely more prevalent.
Yeah.
Doug.
I think Doug just does a lot of big betting here.
Well,
that's gonna monkey wrench some things here for Doug's plans.
have the bottom pair trip draw.
He gets the free roll shove any ace. He's gonna be pretty. I mean, I guess he can't shove all of his aces because he needs some check calls. Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought Daniel lost for a second.
Nah, if it goes check. Yeah, if it goes check, Daniel wins.
Yeah. The king queen was pretty invisible.
Have you watched the Queen's Gambit?
Yeah, it was excellent. I don't even know how the chess pieces move.
Yeah, the
I
storyline.
literally don't.
The storyline was great. I thought the storyline was great. It does show that when well done, you don't need to be that knowledgeable about the game to enjoy the movie. You know?
Yeah, I think that's true. I think they conveyed just enough to make a layperson understand. But the thing is, we also don't have it through the lens of like what a chess expert would see it as.
Right.
So like that's kind of the nitpicky response for people who watch Rounders, is they're like, oh, well, this would never happen, and especially young kids now, where it's like they don't know what it was like pre-Moneymaker Boom, where those scenes aren't that outrageous.
Yo, those kids would never have the balls to go into a Russian underground private game and be like, let's play, let's go, let's dance.
Wichter might.
And then put in 10K and say, yeah, let's go, while all the mafiosos are around the table with guns strapped, waiting for you to say the wrong thing. But they would all just be like, there's no solver approved. There's not a solver. Like, the fuck? Like, that's what I like. Don't talk if you're not ready to go up in that scene. Like, it's way different. Anyway, I digress. But yeah, continue.
No, I think you're right. I also just think times change and we have a difficult inability to kind of navigate that, especially when you're young.
Those games are still in New York.
I know.
Those games still exist, bro. Like, those games ain't going nowhere. Those Russians. You don't play poker in New York if you're not approved by the Russians.
Big late night rally here by Daniel. Cut it down to minus 75K. I'm not sure if this is it or if this is just a break.
No dots yet, so looks like we're just break. When you guys see the double dot, the double ellipses, that's when it's over.
Double ellipses.
Wow, dang. Danny must be feeling pretty good, man. He took a break, came back, cut the lead down by 100,000.
Yeah, those comebacks in those situations are definitely pretty necessary to keep your scruples. It's also nice to win a couple flips. He won the ace king versus tens, the ace king versus queens. Technically, he was behind in both. Just throwing it out there. He's back. We're banging.
I imagine he comes back.
I mean, it's possible. He was only down, 4 buy-ins?
Yeah, 4.5. He was down 175.
Okay. Yeah. Doable, though. 4 buy-ins in a heads-up match. Totally doable.
It looks like, I don't think we're updating the hand count, but it looks like we just crossed 12.5.
Okay. Maybe that's why it was a little bit longer of a break.
Yeah, so.
You might have had to make a decision. They played that? No, there's no way they played that many today.
There's only 1,000 hands, 1,300 hands.
Yeah, not even
So
close. Last session was only like 500 hands.
okay, so then maybe there was a little bit of misinformation. I am curious though. It seems like another stream is saying that, so I will go to that stream.
I mean, they would have had to have played 1,800 hands today, which, if they were playing fast, would be a 9-hour session.
I will double check.
Yeah, I like Odyssey's line. 11-3 sounds about right.
Wow, dang. Yeah, 11-4.
Yep.
All right. You know what that means? You're getting a timeout, Israel. Can't be throwing out stuff like that.
You hit him with the 300 seconds.
I should have hit him with fucking 12,500 seconds.
That was mean. That was mean. Israel, I apologize for my partner. He was very harsh there.
His name could also be Israel.
It's fine. What up, Hish? Shout out to my man up in San Francisco. Hish, are you gonna join the mass exodus out of San Francisco like everybody else?
Yeah, let's go to Miami, bro.
Head into Austin? Nah,
he's going to Miami. He ain't going to Austin.
He's a banker.
He's a banker, bro. He's gonna be working right next to Goldman Sachs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go to Miami, bro. Me and you, Miami. I find a nice Cuban lady. We good.
Jason Schellenberger said 4 buy-ins. That's a huge downswing to Chin. He's right.
Yeah. Well, I've been lucky. I really have. It's really insane. It's stupid.
Just about to cross the 3-hour mark. I have a feeling we might be buckling up tonight. In which case, your man's here is going to have to maybe consider going to get some food. I've been fasted for how long now? We're heading into our 22nd hour.
Oh, that's a light one for you. You could go another day.
I haven't had much of an appetite. I will say that has been one byproduct.
Can't even taste anything.
It's true.
Just let it ride. This is your opportunity to just like do a 5-day fast.
I don't think it's a good time to be fasted, to be honest. I'm not able to work out. I'm not really able to retain my muscles, so I feel like getting some protein consumption is probably pretty necessary.
Nice hand for Daniel. Low 5,000.
5,000.
Are they meant to start to play a live session when they hit the halfway part at Poker Go? Is that still happening? Everything's up to them, man.
I doubt it. I don't think anything's running in the studio right now.
Yeah.
We're pretty locked down here.
I meant like everything's up to these two guys. But yeah, I don't think Poker Go is gonna be streaming at any time now. Nice hand for Doug, 13,000. Rivered Ace Queen, also fought the flush draw.
Mm-hmm. Scouty's doing well, Lisa. She has a double ear infection, but she seems to be getting better. Thanks for asking. You want some smoke, Evan? You want some smoke? We're out here. This is... See that is grizzled old man arm right there. I'm getting into that old man strength category. We're not far away. You out here wanting to get flexed on, man. You don't know about these pipes. How do I think I got the COVID? I imagine traveling to Austin. That seems to be the best guess. Either that or else I have some sort of super carrier around me that doesn't know that they have it. I wonder if you still feel like heat. So like if you ate a hot pepper, I wonder if I would still get that sensation.
Let's do it right now.
No, I'm good.
Come on, man. The people want to see it. They want to see. Eat a hot pepper right now. You'd be good.
I'm no good with spicy stuff.
$500.
Bet call here on the turn. $500. Get out of here.
I mean, it's a free roll. Like, literally $500 to eat a pepper that you're not going to taste? Must be nice. Offer it to me. I'll eat it.
You don't know. Just because I can't taste it doesn't mean it's not going to be hot. Hearts come through. King, Queen completes. I imagine we saw Daniel bet the turn. Well, King, Queen completed on the turn. We saw Daniel take the lead in this pot. So I imagine he is going to be... Okay. I was going to say going to be doing a lot of checking on the turn, or on the river. When I traveled to Austin, did I wear a mask 100%? With the exception of when I ate, yes. Do I think it helped? Probably. Do I think it's perfect? No.
The hot pepper game is coming on the chat. If you want them to eat a hot pepper, this is what you got to do. We got to get likes, subscribes.
Mm-hmm.
What else do you want?
That's right. That's right. You got to give it to us all. Sign up to Salt for YTV. Yo, I started watching the Hot Ones again, man. That show is really, really fucking good. I watched the episode with him and JT. So good.
Small check raise on table 1 gets called. Now the double flush draw comes in. Both players are really deep in this game. Pot size bet.
Pot size bet makes a lot of sense. Doug's going to have a lot of equity. He's also going to want to deny a lot of equity to Daniel there. Do I ever step out of dietary GTO? Do you ever go 2K calorie guilty food pleasure? Yeah, I binge every now and again. It tends to just happen. Like, I don't really crave it, but I'm the type of person that if it's around, I have a hard time passing. So like holidays and shit like that, when my friends bring cookies, I just go nuts.
Man. I think Daniel would quit if he knew how much I liked her. He'll do me that solid.
Slander said, the guy on Hot Ones must have an insanely great research team. Yeah, his line of questioning is phenomenal. But it's also just like, I don't know, man. There's something about having somebody in a very vulnerable position where they're clearly suffering, and then just still peppering them with the question. It's like, in 1997, you released Justified. How did you feel when you put that album out? He's just like, whew, hold up, man. I can't breathe.
Sneakily good bet by Daniel on table 1. He bet pot with the second pair. Got called by worse. He was repping polar and then checked down river. It was pretty nice though. Sneaky one there.
Mm-hmm. Flying in on the sneak.
$7,800 on table 2. I believe this was 3 bet and then check flop. Check turn.
I just got pups sleeping all over the bed. What a life they live.
Check again. Overbet 2x pop from Doug. Excuse me. Wins that one. Pot size bet on table 2 after the check down.
It's an interesting size choice, although I suppose he has pretty big 10x advantage here.
He three better than check flop, check turn.
Right, but when Daniel checks back turn, he obviously never
Oh,
has a 10.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
Or just has aces. The ace of hearts. But yeah, like I think Doug could easily have 10x of hearts. Then he just chooses to check twice. Ace is a pretty good hand.
Yeah. It is. Nice hand from Doug. That's all the nice thing I'll say about that hand.
You're harsh, man.
Nah, I mean he's a great guy. I mean it is what it is. He played the hand really well. I thought he chose a really good size on the river. You know, I'm sure he like rolled it on the flop, rolled it on the turn, landed on the river. Was like, oh, this is a good hand, and I have more 10, so I'm gonna bet pot.
I don't think he had to roll the turn. That one was probably just pure check.
Yeah. I mean, he maybe even has a. I heard he uses certain things on certain scripts. You know, they allow that now.
I don't know what that means.
They're allowed to use the extra software.
Yeah, but that's just for like functional stuff like bet size choosing, or it's like hotkeys and stuff like that. It's not like it's determining how often you bet.
I thought he was allowed to use the spreadsheets.
The pre-flop charts?
Nah, post flop too.
I don't know what that means. What spreadsheet?
Those post flop spreadsheets.
What post-flop spreadsheet? What are you talking about?
It tells you like it aggregates the boards and aggregates the sizes for the boards on with certain portions of your range.
I feel like that's probably not true.
I'll bet it.
That they're using those?
I'll bet that those exist, and I'm pretty.
Oh,
sure
I know they exist.
I think they. No, I think it's been approved. They approved it.
I don't know. That seems iffy.
Oh, I hope they didn't, but I think they did. But I don't know. Someone in the chat, let me know. Who did they approve the spreadsheets post flop or not?
Seems like a pretty big disadvantage for Daniel unless he has a massive database. I mean, that's just RTA. Like if he has a searchable database, it's depending on how well you ran it. These images of the two of them are perfect. They both just look so bored.
Oh man, my man Israel said, I just got 300-second muted this stream. Sorry, bro. I mean, you said something that wasn't true.
I apologize for him.
No, wait.
Sorry.
No, I'm not apologizing. You said something that wasn't true. This is a very honest stream. You know, it's Christmas week. You can't be lying. You know, you can't be lying of the week of Jesus. You know, like, that's some wild stuff. Like, next year, 2021, like, make a commitment to yourself not to lie again. Okay? That should be the number one thing. Like, New Year's resolution, don't lie.
Maybe he just got some misinformation, man.
New Year's resolution, like, you know, me and you will have the same New Year's resolution. We're gonna vet our sources, okay?
I like that. I like that.
So
now you're
next
talking
time,
about using some spreadsheets and shit.
I don't know, man. I'll mute myself, you know? I could mute myself. I could not talk for 300 seconds.
Give him the Banhammer Odyssey.
No, I'll just mute myself. Look, it's easy, bro. Look. You ready? Go.
He didn't even do it. Oh, there he goes. Why does he lose his camera when he mutes himself?
No, I turn it off.
I personally do not use a random number generator. I don't think it's really all that practical live. You have way more information to operate off of. And online, I probably could start, I guess, but I'm mostly one-tabling, so I feel like I can pay close enough attention to the meta to get away with pure strats.
3-bet on table number 2. Overbet on table number 1. After the check down. Yeah.
1,100 hands is like 2 sessions.
Eight, 8-6 on table number 2. Check. Small size. Table number 1 went check, and then big bet from Doug. I do like this. Oh, sorry. It went check back from Daniel, then big bet from Doug, which I do like. Whoever comes the 8 of spades. That red is like, I always think it's heart.
Yeah, me too. Ming 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 wants to know what measures are in place to prevent them from having a team of people beside them helping in some spots. To my understanding, they have a 360-degree camera setup on their grind stations that anybody can monitor at any time.
That is correct.
Daniel finds a raise here. We'll see hands as weak as Jack 10, maybe even 10-7, maybe even trip 9 sometimes. And then we'll see obviously flushes and full houses.
Wow.
Doug finds the block 3-bet shove. What are his bluffs when doing this? It's going to be the ace of spades for sure.
A 9.
So if he has like ace 9 with the ace of spades, that's a good combo. Ace 8 with the ace of spades is a good combo.
Yeah. Those are good for sure. Three bet, table number 2, Daniel Negreanu, Kid Poker. Kid Poker, King 5-5. Could go small. Check. He went the most small he can go. Goes with 40% on table number 1, gets check raised. Interesting little card here, the Queen of Diamonds. Does reduce a fair amount of Doug's value range. Doug goes small.
Most of Daniel's range should continue here with the exception of his backdoor spades. But really just only the ace high backdoor spades are going to start folding, like the ace deuce through ace 7, ace 8.
Raise.
Raise is nice. Raise is nice. He can do this with a lot of hands that block the queen. He has to follow through though. I think he needs to be all in here at a fair frequency with hands like King Jack, Jack 9, Jack 8. Or at least make a big bet, something in the neighborhood of 17,000. Okay, he goes for it. Nice hand, Daniel.
20,000 on the right.
Full house. Polk. Big pot. Trading blows. Ever so slightly going in Polk's favor.
All right, man. Here comes the tough questions, man. I need to grab my charger. I'll be right back.
Chin losing a little juice. All right. We say goodbye to Christian temporarily as he goes on a hunt for some charging juice. Three bet here on table blue. Two-thirds bet here on table purple. And he has it. He's got the goods. Likely to have gotten called by a 9 or king high there. 10-5-3 two-tone. I think we'll see a fair amount of big bets out of Daniel here. We do 75%. So he's going to have a fair amount of calls. King of Hearts, interesting card. I think it strongly improves Daniel's check call range. He'll likely be doing a fair amount of checking here. He could bet small with his flushes, with his two pairs, with hands like ace, queen, ace, jack with a heart, things of that nature. It does check, check. Now I think we are going to want to see some bigger bets coming out of Daniel's side. He's going to have the ace of heart advantage. I think he's probably going to go somewhere in the neighborhood of 12K. All the way up to maybe pot and a half. Pot and a half's tough though because like you just don't have very many bluffs. He instead chooses to check. We'll see how this plays out. He faces the two-thirds pot. The difficulty with like checking nuts here is that when you check raise, you don't really have any bluffs. He induces a bluff, however, with the two pair. I like that. That is one of the hands that really does prefer to check call, as well as maybe some of his smaller hearts. Perhaps a hand like King 9 with the 9 of hearts. Shout out to my man Michael Sims watching from Texas. Thank you so much. Three bet here out of Daniel. A little smaller than the sizes we've seen in the past. Three bet pot, King 10-6. Daniel starts off with a check. He's going to be pretty protected with his checks here. He's going to have a fair amount of King X that will do this. King 9, King 8, King 5, 4, 3, and 2. He'll also have a lot of 10X that chooses this, as well as Queens and Jacks. Daniel can actually donk here on the 10, for sure. He'd probably want to do that with some hands like Queens, Jacks, 10X itself. 7-8. He does choose the 10% pot bet. I like this. The deuce of diamonds, I think Daniel's mostly going to play pure check call. Check call, check raise, I should say. I don't really think we have too much in the way of like 3/4 pot bets. King X doesn't really want to do that. 10X doesn't really want to do that. Your flushes need to protect. So that makes a lot of sense. It makes sense that when he has a flush on that river, as played, it's likely to be a bad flush, as his stronger flushes are just going to check the turn. So if he has a hand like ace-4 of diamonds instead, there's really no reason for him to bet the turn. To freeze Doug, he's happy to have worse diamond draws potentially bet big for him.
I'm back.
Yeah, he also doesn't want to get raised, whereas when he has 5 high, he doesn't care that much.
I would like to see this get under 50,000.
We're getting closer.
$10K. Winner. That's Doug.
That's a straight.
Three bet from Doug. This table's very deep now.
Both tables equally as deep.
Yeah.
About 200 blinds effective, give or take.
Little 200 blind poker never hurt nobody.
Five of spades on the left, total brick after Doug check raises flop. He goes small. Makes sense. He's going to have a pretty wide range of hands that make it to the turn here. Just trying to apply a lot of pressure to Daniel's ace high, king high range. Should get raised here at some frequency. Hand like 6-8 of spades may want to raise the turn. Both ranges pretty wide at this point.
The Daniel sits
sitting
up.
out again.
It is the top of the hour, though.
Both tables did get awfully deep also. I don't know if that's going to play into or away from his strategy. Perhaps he's a little bit less studied in 200 blind poker to be playing both tables that deep. Could make some sense to hang it up for the day. Could just be another P break.
Yeah, I think it's very likely just like top of the hour. He just wants to take a break, but we'll see. I'm not sure. Daniel calls his own shots.
That's right. He's the VIP.
That's true. Daniel will forever be one of the most important people in poker. I wonder if Daniel's still doing it at like 80, you know? Just like
No.
banging it out online. Like, let's go.
You think online poker is going to be like a big industry in 40 years?
I don't know, man. You never know. Like maybe Amazon gets into online poker and just makes it shine. You know, it's like, listen, this is it.
If we're still playing poker at age 80, we're in bad shape, man.
What are you talking about, man? My man, you know, they've been playing poker for years. Dope
Yeah, but like
he's in the mix.
that's that's because it evolves so slowly for 5 decades.
Three bet on table 2, small bet.
Fun card for Daniel. I feel like he checks these cards an awful lot. And in this particular instance, I think it makes a lot of sense too. Doug has a ton of floats that are ace high. And he probably can't bet them all on the turn for fear of being check raised by hands like ace queen, queens, aces. I think when you're Daniel, when you have a hand like kings or queen X or jacks even, you might have to peel one. I think you can almost exploitatively fold there too, though. You're pretty protected in your checking range.
A lot of talk of COVID, cigarette. I think I started it all when I said Tony Gwynn got cancer from tobacco. That's what started everything. It was like,
Yeah, maybe.
After that, it was all downhill from there. It was like, tobacco cancer is not real. It's just an industry thing. Like, and now, you know, what are you gonna do?
And now you know.
Let's see. A little 1400 for Daniel. A little 3400 for Daniel.
It's getting spicy, baby.
Yeah, they're talking about underwear, and they're not even talking about anything I want to know about.
250 bigs effective here on the right, 3 bet.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the chat.
Nah, that too, though.
Boom, 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 boom.
I think this might be the deepest we've seen them play.
Yeah, this is at least for sure on both tables, right?
Yeah.
Like there might have been like snippets of them both being 200 deep at like one table at a time, but definitely not two.
Mm-hmm. Now they're hitting you with the tough questions.
I don't know, man. I mean,
Lisa Hoffman's right. Jennifer Aniston is still hot as fuck. So is J-Lo.
I could see that. I don't know, man. I mean, the hottest female. I mean, I think all women are beautiful. I mean, I don't think we want to like pick one and then, you know, then there's people that want to look like her and then they start starving themselves, getting surgery in Miami, and then they go to Brazil and shit, like to look like the girls that they see on Instagram. I think, you know, just do you, and I'm sure, you know, just be happy with it.
So I just found this out the other day. Ricky Fowler's wife. Do you remember that image that went viral, like, I don't know, 8 years ago, of this high school track star? I can't remember what team, or actually maybe it was college. It might have been Cal U. Anyway, I just found out that his wife is that girl. His wife is Allison Stoke. And for those of you who don't know who that is, Google the name, Stokke. You'll recognize the track image immediately. It was like a viral image maybe 9 years ago or so. Good for Ricky Fowler, man. Ricky Fowler, whatever. Just absolutely crushing the game. He's Googling
Good.
as we speak.
Good call.
Yeah, the pole vaulter. Odyssey knows.
Interesting card here for Daniel. Goes for pot. They're so deep. Call. Doug does still have.
We're gonna see
9-8,
Doug find a
9-7.
we're gonna see Doug find a 5x pot shove on one of these hands. There's gonna be like 15K on the river. He's just gonna be all in for 90.
Well,
Doug's saying he has it.
Daniel's saying.
Daniel, sorry.
Daniel Negreanu. Fighting. Trying to hold off Mr. T. So did you decide if you would go? I mean, now you definitely go to the Super Bowl, right? If the Steelers made it to the Super Bowl. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, I think they're a little bit of a long shot, but yeah. Wow, Jamin coming out of left field with Charlize Theron. I don't know, man. She's okay. She's not even as hot as Scarlett Johansson, though.
That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing here now. Comparing women and their hotness. She's not as hot as this person.
I'm just saying, everybody's.
I'm sure she. I'm sure. What if she's listening to this right now? How does she feel, bro?
I think she would also agree that Scarlett Johansson is a little bit hotter than she is, and I like Charlize Theron. I think she's hot.
It's crazy right now. This is crazy. You know, what are you gonna do?
Who's the biggest sports gambler in poker today? Might be Mercier. He goes hard.
Like sharp or just gambling?
I think they're kind of one and the same these days. Yo, my man Mark F nailed it. Olivia Wilde. That's the choice.
I won't leave you here. We can run together. Listen, if we run together, they will shoot us from behind. We both die. So, how's about you here? They will kill you. No, don't worry about me. I will hold them.
Margot Robbie's also really nice.
To survive
I'm a Natalie Portman fan myself.
for our country.
You can pull off a shaved head. Come on. Did anything from my sports background carry over and help me with my poker career? Yeah, I think mostly just because of the timing in which I got into the industry. So poker was so new that you could apply a lot of those competitive tactics from sports. I think it's a little bit different now. I think the best poker players in the next decade are going to be data analysts. So my computer science background is probably more helpful moving forward than like my poker or my baseball background.
You're gonna start creating your own computer.
No, I don't have it in me.
Rays, big pots brewing.
Turn 9 could be a recipe for a big bet.
Daniel did give up initiative on the 9. Now faces a bet.
I would expect Doug to have a lot of follow-throughs, regardless of river. Pretty wide range of equitable hands that 9 interacts with for Doug. He does give up. I played at Gannon University for 4 seasons in college. Started at Allegheny College, ended up getting cut, transferring.
Both tables, Daniel Negreanu now at 100,000, assuming he wins this pot on table number 1.
Cutting into that lead. Buying and a half now for Polk.
Yes, let's pray. Let's pray for some good cards.
I want to see an all-in pre. 7 bets. I want to see a 7-bet pot. Is that asking too much?
I mean, we might have to call my man Benny Spindler back into the mix, but we'll see what we can do. Oh no, we lost one on table number 2. Pot size bet, table number 1. This is 3-bet, 3rd pot.
Spicy river.
It's not a spicy river, it's a shit river.
It's a spicy river.
It's like all of Daniel's value just got like super cut.
Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. He has flushes though, for sure.
Yeah, he has flushes, but he definitely has more combinations of like aces and kings and ace queen and stuff like that.
Well, you don't hate having ace queen here.
No, you don't hate it. Let's go, Daniel. Just showed up with it. Like, it's a nice bluff combo. Little ace king, ace of spades little combo. Or maybe you just had it. Like a nice flush.
$250,000 on the table for each player here. It's a lot of money.
Yes, that can buy you some nice stuff. $250,000. It'll buy you like a 1-bedroom apartment in Jersey City in a bad area.
Mm.
It'll buy you a studio in like Soho, if you're lucky, in like the back though.
Get you like a 2-bedroom house in Vegas, 3-bedroom maybe.
3 bedrooms. That's gotta be like on the outskirts.
Oh, near where we're at.
That's the outskirts.
Nobody wants to live on the strip.
$250K can't get you anything in LA. That's true.
That is true.
You could get a food truck. Maybe. Check raise. Also one of the bigger check raises we've seen. We've seen this check raise strategy on the paired boards a little bit smaller, but Daniel goes with the big size. It's called.
Adamo says, do you have any advice for an area to move to Vegas if I'm going for like 6 months? Yeah, you're just going to want to stay either precisely on the strip, like in one of the nice condos, Mandarin or whatever. Not Mandarin, Veer. Somewhere like that. Or you're going to want to be Summerlin, Henderson, or Mountain's Edge.
So Daniel turnover bet. Unfortunate.
Chop.
River for sure.
Chop. Finally had him coolered. To no avail.
I wonder how long they'll play. They might go forever. They might go.
Wow. Doug definitely doesn't want to quit. They're super, super deep. I imagine that he feels like he has edge there. Daniel gets one with the King Niner. Big river bet. Oops.
This is so crazy. They both have over 100,000.
Oh yeah, we're deep. 300 big blinds effective now on table 1, blue table. Let's go.
It could go one of two ways, right? There could just be a lot more checking.
Yeah.
Because the next person could just put in a polarizing action, right? So
yeah, so it's like a lot of checking and then like potting on the end.
Yeah. It could play like that, or they could just say, "Let's go." You know,
Yeah.
like there's two ways this can go.
Yeah, I think that Doug probably has a slight edge. If we're just comparing skill sets, I'm sure Doug is probably slightly better deep, but there is something to be said for being this deep and Daniel maybe having the tides of variance sway in his favor, right? Like if the tides turn here and Daniel runs pretty good in some cooler spots, he could potentially pick up like 500 big blinds.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is massive, right? Like, if he just goes aces over kings now and wins a 600 big blind pot, that's pretty corrective in a lot of the negative variance that we've seen.
Yeah, exactly. Like running good now is worth a lot.
Yeah, substantially more. Yeah. I feel pretty good, Grant. No real symptoms outside of a little bit of lethargy and the inability to taste or smell. Yeah, we're just here. We're waiting for it. We're waiting for that set over set spot.
Yeah, set over set. Good old 300 big blind poker.
That's how the live guys play.
Error says Doug's a punk. I will neither confirm nor deny that statement. I think he's putting on a show, man. He really is. He's putting on a show for everyone to watch poker, right? I think it's great. We've had, this is session number 21, if I'm not mistaken, and
yep,
it's great to see, you know. 4-bet pot.
This is the one. Let's go. Let's get some cranberries in the mix. Call.
Wow. This is so wild.
This board probably checks back somewhat. Big bets the rest of the time. See maybe some pot size bets here. Half pot's a little wonky. I don't know. What are your thoughts here? I feel like we're out in the streets.
Thing is, like, you can't really bet pot like this deep because you have to, like, I don't know if you can or you can't. I'm just gonna make, like, what my guess is like you have 0 sets, and I think this deep.
I think this deep you might be 4-betting a little bit of 6s and 5s, but yeah, I agree. You definitely have 6-5.
You could have some 6-5, but so does he. So it's a tricky spot if all the money goes in. I don't think overpairs perform that well.
Okay. The 9 of hearts is an interesting card to choose to bet. I feel like Daniel's like pretty.
The spades though.
Or sorry, spades. Yeah, I feel like Daniel's like pretty flush heavy or overpair that he wants to protect, like kings no spade. Queens no spade. Queens no spade would be interesting. Well, I guess that's possible. You could have one combo of it. So queens no spade, and then he just lands on river with a set where both straights and flushes filled turn. I don't know that you could value bet top set of queens here. You can't shove.
Whoa, let's. Woo, the heat was coming, bro.
I think that
was real.
A lot. I think given
Come
the
on,
turn
man,
size,
he could be bluffing.
Yeah, he could be. No, he could have some like just naked ace of spades, but it's tough on that turn 9 because it completes a lot of Doug's range that isn't necessarily spades.
But it does make sense for like a single spade hand to bet the turn. Like,
yeah, but like,
I don't know, that's a tough one.
When we're looking at our single spade hands, particularly that possess an ace, they're going to be pretty good ones, like ace king, ace queen, ace jack.
Yeah.
Probably not going to have too much of like the ace 9s, ace 8s, ace 7s.
Could also have like the king 5 of spades, something like not on that exact texture, but like the king 3 of spades or something.
Yeah, but those are flushes.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying, yeah.
So what are you saying? That he
I'm
can
saying
have
he can. Yeah, I'm trying to like see how many value combos he can have.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think given the size that he chose, he probably has a lot of flushes on the turn. Could have got thin with like queens with the queen of spades on the end.
It's tough to get called by worse. Like.
Yeah, I think with top set of queens, like you're in a pretty difficult spot. It seems so nitty to check down, but like the equity threshold to bet when the pot is already 150 big blinds is pretty high.
I don't know, man. That was fucking glorious. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Daniel only down 30,000. This shit might just. Oh my god. Flop 3-bet. He's bringing out all the moves. God, I hope he bluffed that last hand. Just fucking bluffed it. And then I hope he makes a video and just like shows it. You know, like, you know how he does that?
Never show. He said he only shows the hands that go to Showdown.
Okay, good for him. Good for him. But I hope he did. Or I hope he had a flush. Either way, we're only down 30,000, bro.
9 is a brick for all intent and purposes on a 3-bet flop spot.
These 3-bet pots are kind of interesting to me now. Like every day.
I'd be curious to see like what he checks back that's good. Like, is it just like Jack 6, Jack 3? Like, what good hands are we taking a flop 3-bet strategy with and then checking back on a brick 9? I just feel like he lands on river there with like an imbalanced amount of give ups.
It could also be a 6. It could also be a flush draw. But yeah, I get what
Those are just all bad hands. They just give up.
Yeah, I understand. But they have to check sometimes. Like, yeah, you have to check the turn sometimes. You can't just always 3-bet the turn. I mean, always
right, but if that's not entirely true. I mean, yes, you're right, but that means we have to balance that checking range. We can't just only have give ups.
Yeah, agreed.
So I'm like wondering like what hands can we 3-bet flop with that start to check on a brick like that. I think it is pretty feasible for us to just have a pure bet strategy, and then just 3-bet fewer hands on the flop.
Okay. And maybe. Yeah, I mean, if he's landing on the river with no hands, then yeah, that would be really bad.
The texture is obviously very specific. It's Jack 6-3. I don't really think with 2 diamonds. I don't really think we want to be checking back a hand like 6s or 3s on the turn. And Jack 6 and Jack 3 also feel like they desperately need to protect. So like maybe our best hand just becomes Ace Jack.
Ace Jack seems cool.
It's okay, yeah.
$854 on table number 1, the blue table. It's 40%. Interesting card. Brings the backdoor is also an over. This is probably, yeah, it's interesting, that card. Another check from Doug.
Big bet.
Nice hands from Daniel. Table number 2.
Oh, Scotty's dreaming. She's running.
Let's fucking go, man. This is crazy.
Daniel's got to feel pretty good about this session, regardless of how it ends. I mean, obviously, like, you don't want to see a cooler go against him. It's pretty deflating if that's the case. I've been in this spot a lot, and I feel like that happens a lot, where like you just scratch and claw and fight tooth and nail to get back, and then you just like suffer the ultimate 300 big blind cooler.
I feel like you've suffered a lot of pain, man. It's like, that's literally never happened to me. Like,
Sure.
You just come back, Like, maybe because you keep playing. You're like, you come back and you keep playing. I come back and I'm like, okay, it's been 12 hours. I'm going home. Like,
I'm never content. Another sit out from Daniel. Getting much more frequent every 30 minutes now, give or take.
9:30. I mean, they are pretty, like, it's been a long session, like, so maybe he wants to take more breaks.
Touching on the 4-hour mark.
The world is his oyster, man. Daniel, listen, Doug. Daniel can take a 30-minute break right now, come back, and Doug will still keep playing.
Yeah, for sure. That's what I said, man. That day that he took those back-to-back-to-back coolers or whatever they were, if I were him, I would have just sent him a text and be like, yo, I'll be back in 30. Like, I got to do something. Gotta go sacrifice a chicken or some shit.
It's always the chicken, man. People just, they always want to sacrifice the chicken. Why are chicken? Why are chicken? Yeah, trust me, I know. Okay, I've been to the voodoo meetups.
Mm-hmm. Meetups. What does that mean?
Whatever, man. It's like I'm just talking shit. I've never been to a voodoo meetup, but they have them. If you go to DR, if you go to Haiti, if you go to Cuba, there's voodoo meetups, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you, what do you need done? It gets done. The world, it's like the world just occurs to you.
Just come on in.
It's just like, boom. People talk about, oh yeah, like, what's that thing? Like when you like the power of attraction, the law of attraction. That's really just voodoo.
Some bullshit, secret stuff.
Yeah, but that's actually just voodoo. Like,
yeah,
someone actually did that. Like,
yeah, that's true.
All right, so Daniel Negreanu down 35,000. For those of you that are just tuning in, Daniel Negreanu was down 175,000 at peak incineration, and now he's only down 35,000.
So I ran a poll on my Twitter saying that we were trying something different with the table overlay, and it changes the color of the deck. Do you love it, like it, hate it, or want to see the results? And it was a complete dead split. So 30.8% like it and or love it, 31.5% hate it, and everybody else just wants to see the results.
Why don't we run the poll on the people that are here watching?
Could do that too.
It seems like the people's, man. I like the other one, but I'm cool.
I really like the color overlay. It doesn't bother me that much that the cards change color. I understand where it bothers other people. I wish there was obviously a way that we could just make it the standard 4-color deck. But the blue and the purple is sexy to me. Like, I hate looking at these standard WSOP table overlays.
Okay. I mean, it is, Let's see what we got. I want to see Daniel come back, man.
He's already come back.
Nah, like
only down one buy-in.
In the plus, like that would, and then I'm snap tuning into Doug Polk's post-game interview. Just, I think he'll, for one time, he's gonna be like, fucking shit. Like, what's your biggest peak incineration?
I went from plus $1 million to minus 750K all in the same session.
Yeah, that's peak incineration for sure.
That one hurt bad. It was the softest lineup ever. It was like Ozzy Matt stuck $1 million, Kerry Cat stuck $1 million. I managed to get them all even. That 8-5 of diamonds check raise was pretty spicy. Yeah, I did a vlog on it. You can go back and find that one. It was bad.
What are you gonna do, man? Every day is not, not every day is sunshine and rainbows. Sometimes you just.
It's nice to just hold on to that $1 million win once in a while, though. You know. What do you do though?
This-
Like you got Aussie Matt stuck $1 million, Carry Cat stuck $1 million, and they're just sitting with another half, like just reeling, wanting to keep playing. You don't get up. You can't leave.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're if you're up $1 million and you keep playing, you lose it back, you're always gonna get invited back. Just how it works.
That's true.
Like you're never gonna be not invited back because most pros are up $1 million. They ain't playing another hand, They're just done for the day.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's see. What was the lesson learned from that session? I actually did see you get up from a game this summer, actually. Like you were up you were up a lot, and you were like, "I'm leaving. You can have my seat," and you let me take the seat.
Why don't I remember this?
I won like 100. I won like 70,000.
Why don't I remember this? Where was it at?
In a
private game?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You're up
right.
like 150.
Yeah, I was being kind of nice. I wanted you to get in there.
Yeah, I did. I ran it up.
I should have had a piece of that. I fucked up.
Yeah, you could have charged. You could have been like, "Yo, I need a 5-ball free roll for this seat."
Now we're talking. That sounds way better. That sounds way better.
Small bet from Doug Polk. Peel. Three-fourth pot. Another call.
Tough spot for Daniel. He misses a lot here.
And you'll miss like Jack 10. You'll miss some diamonds.
9-10.
4-5 of diamonds as well. 9-10, yes.
King 10.
But 9-10, if not with diamonds, probably folds the turn.
Yeah, perhaps.
Although that's true for other hands as well.
Probably not true for Jack 10, King 10.
Yeah. 18,000 snap. It's a good call by.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a good call, I think.
No, it's definitely a good call. It's a painful spot to be in when you're Daniel. Like when you're getting called by the 9-7, that's pretty indicative that you land on a river with a pretty big imbalance. And the unfortunate nature there is that Doug is always winning that pot, barring Daniel improving the Jack 10. So if the river's just a deuce, Doug bluffs and wins. The river's a 7, he check and bluff catches. The river's a 9, Doug probably check folds. Pretty those are really, they feel like negative free roll spots when you're Daniel.
Sometimes you just gotta play the hand the way it's dealt to you, and it sucks. Sometimes you get dealt a loss, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get dealt a loss, and you have to just take it and go. Here's your little dose of loss. Please come again later.
Sure. He might win that pot on a jack too. He may bluff repping 9-10 and force Daniel into a pretty tough spot with third pair.
It's tough though because he doesn't know what draw he has.
No, but he knows that like 9-10 is pretty improbable.
Yeah.
There's only gonna be one combo of it, and he blocks, and he has 9 high himself.
No, he doesn't block. 9-10 of diamonds is the one that he needed.
Sure, but
Yeah.
you know,
I get what you're saying though. He only has one combo of 9-10 versus he has like up to 16 combos of Jack 10. Some of not the full amount because he might play them differently on a different street.
Yeah, I feel like the only way Daniel maybe gets paid is on a river queen. Doug just goes for it, or a river king rather.
Eight, 6. Good. Three bet on table 1. Winner. Doug Polk creeping back up. Climbing out of the gutter. Ace of clubs, Jack of hearts, 10 of clubs. Pretty nasty card for Doug. I could see Daniel using a myriad of sizings here. Go small, he can go big. Let's go small-ish. 40.
I think that size will be used when he has Jack X of clubs, when he has King Queen of clubs. Some of his Ace X will choose that size. As far as bluffs go, Queen 9, King 9, those hands make sense.
Chop it up.
What's the highest either of you have played heads up for? I played 501k heads up, both PLO and no limit, a few times.
I played 20 for 50 3-handed. That's probably the biggest I've played, like super short like that.
Played a lot of 51 1-2 online this quarantine.
Interesting little run out. A fun one.
This is where Doug has pocket aces and Daniel has 6x.
No. Stop, bro.
All the monies. They're really cranking out the hands today.
Yeah. they're trying to. Maybe we do get to 12,500 today.
No, it's definitely not. I have been surprised at how short the sessions are. Like even, for a long session, this is still only 4 hours.
There's so many more hands played, right? Like when you compare it to live, like we've played so many more hands, right? The fact that it's heads up and the fact that it's online and there's 2 tables, it's like it's so many more hands in 4 hours of a live game.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Turnover bet winner.
What's my fasting strategy protocol? I mostly do an 18-6, so I give myself a 6-hour feeding window. But like, since I've been sick, it's just 1 meal a day. So I basically fast for like 24 hours, give or take.
I think in these 11,300 hands, Daniel has overbet more than he has in his entire career. Like, in these 11 hands versus his entire career,
yeah, for sure.
There's more overbets in these 11,000 hands.
That part's for sure true.
Big
How?
Min raise.
Ooh. The Minsky.
That could be a bluff.
Maybe.
If you're gonna bluff, I mean, if you have value, that's the size, and if you're gonna bluff, that's the size. It's kind of nice. We'll never know.
Well, if you're bluffing, it's only for a chop, though.
Yeah, assuming the guy calls.
No matter what, you're only bluffing him off of a chop.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
I mean, I guess that's not true. I guess he could have a hand like kings or aces.
Right.
It seems improbable.
No, it's unlikely because the queen, it was queen 666.
Yeah.
So like kings wouldn't do that because they could lose to the queen.
No, I'm saying you would just hope that kings or aces would fold.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Oh, you're saying it would just never bet.
Yeah, Doug overbet the river and then got raised.
Right.
Like he doesn't have kings.
Yeah.
This guy makes some hands, man. Opportune time to make some hands. Like, it's like Daniel just like either had a 6 or a queen, or then just like this guy just wins another big pot on another table to offset that. It might sound dumb, but why are they doing heads up? Multiple reasons, I think. There's been an ongoing spat between these two gentlemen, and throughout the summer, Joe Ingram was like, what would be great if these two played heads up. And then that put in a little thought in Daniel's mind, and he just let it sit. And then Doug was like, yeah, we should play heads up. That would be awesome. And then Daniel was like, let's play. And then the whole world was like, everyone like sent their best friend like the emoji, like, like they're gonna play. And now we're here, 11,300 hands later. Potentially ending at 25,000, potentially not. Potentially more opponents come up. We don't know. We'll see. There have been other heads-up matches now developing. We saw MJ Gonzalez taking on Ike Haxton and Dan Smith. That's confirmed.
I think that's gonna happen live though.
Yeah. I'm just talking in general, like the matches that are like heads-up matches that are in the works.
Yeah.
Heads-up death matches.
I just think like the live stuff is gonna be kind of a non-story because no one's ever gonna get to see it.
We will see. We will see. It might not. It might. I don't know. I don't know what. This is crazy, man. 2020 poker is insane. Everyone just wants to play for all the money, and they want blood.
Just a lot of trucks that are stuck in reverse.
Yeah, the tides are turning. %, from Daniel on 854, 2 diamonds. It's called. Pretty interesting card. 6-7 was already there. However, diamonds do come. Let's see what Daniel chooses now. Seems like a spot where he's not really going to use big bets. This seems appropriate. King 8 with a diamond seems good. That's a nice bet. Nice betting pattern there. I like it. We heard G-Man attempting to get a match with Daniel. That'll be big news if it happens.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll plan to play online. I imagine so, right? But
I feel like if there's ever 2 guys that would rather play live, it'll be those 2, right?
yeah, but
Outside of COVID restrictions, of course.
yeah, but Daniel also kind of just mentioned how like live is so slow and tedious. So I'm not so sure. Also, the other problem is the G-Man's in California. So I don't know. I don't know what exactly.
That would be interesting to watch, though. That would be one for the record books, so to speak. King winner.
Hunt's next episode of Pre-Flop Wars will be out first Saturday in January. It's currently being edited. This Saturday we have the next installment of My Heads Up Battle versus MJ Perry. Christian and Landon do some analysis on the first 20% of the hands or so. So that's going to go out Saturday.
I will say it was like 75% Landon because he's great at heads up, and I was just kind of guiding the kid on what to talk about. Like, hey, tell me about this. I mean, he crushed it though.
Yeah, I think that's good. Then Hunts will go up the following week for Pre-Flop Wars. Yeah, I think that's good. I watched the video back. There was definitely some spots that I would like to further analyze, maybe run, and see just how out of line we were.
Yeah, you guys are in the streets. That was the super streets poker right there. If you guys enjoy street poker, heads up. That was one. MJ Perry versus Matt Berkey. Wow, Jesus, that was a good one. It's like MJ Perry just like 4x pots the river. You have a hand that shouldn't call. You call. He has a hand that shouldn't 4x pot the river.
Well, that's the thing. Like,
yeah.
You have to give the full context. It's like hands that shouldn't call start to call when you're facing bets from hands that shouldn't bet.
Yeah. I meant theoretically, but not in practice. I think in practice he made a good call.
Right, but I'm saying even in theory, the equilibrium changes the second that his betting strategy changes.
Yeah, agreed. Right. So you made a good call, both in
Possibly.
theory and in.
Well, I mean, possibly. We'd have to lock it and figure it out.
Small bet, call, diamond.
I wish I could show my bed. I mean, there is just dog corpses everywhere. They're just so passed out. This is why they get all fired up at midnight. See you, Zooted. Thanks for stopping by, my man. Appreciate it.
King high's good. Pot brewing on table 1. It's 3 bet, small bet. PO 9. Very interesting card, especially this deep. Third pot. Raise. Well. A little raise there.
Wow.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I think he has a lot of available bluffs too, so it's a nice one. He wants to start raising some value. Maybe even some of like his best jacks can raise. Like maybe if he has ace jack, he can raise there.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. I wonder how many actual misclicks and fake misclicks we've seen throughout this match. Both have to be greater than 0, right?
Both?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I kind of.
You got to throw the fake misclick in there now and again for balance sake.
Nah, I think these guys are like honorable guys. Like, they're not fake misclick.
Why is that dishonorable?
It's like it's like a little bit of an online angle, like, you know.
Just give them something to think about, man. I mean, we know the 9-5 suited was misclicked, right? Or allegedly.
That is the one. That is the one misclick we definitely know about. I don't think any of the alleged fake misclicks, if there were any, got exploited. Like, I think they all kind of worked out for the person.
Yeah, yeah.
And there were also like hands that probably were misclicks because they were trash. Like you have to fake misclick with like kings, you know? Like
Yeah. You know, it's like a 6 on that 666 queen board.
yeah, fake min raise or whatever, you know. Although he didn't min raise, but still, I get what you're saying.
You gotta like snap do it too, just like instantly. Boop.
Like, oh no, I meant to hit the fold. Yeah, I see. Sorry. I had someone actually like do the min 3-bet against me and like online, and then they wrote in the chat sorry. like I was just like, wait, what?
Next level, bro.
Like he's really trying to push the fact that this was a mistake, you know? Like I just called. I was like, I'm just gonna call, man.
Yeah, what else can you do? Get a good price.
He proceeded to pop the flop, so I thought I was good. So I thought I was getting got. Queen high good for Daniel on table number 1. This ace king 5 checks down.
It'd be pretty dope if he would have had aces, and he's like, sorry.
Yeah, he really just has the 2 kings. Dun, 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 dun.
This is like, it kind of turns into work now. I mean, it's probably always been that way for like Doug particularly, I'm sure. But it's just like we've seen the same bet sizes on the same textures. It's just so repetitive in nature now. Like we're not tuning into a sporting event anymore, right? We're like in the second quarter of a NCAA basketball game.
Yep. This is what it is. We are in. But it is nice to see the evolution of the players, I think.
Yeah.
Especially Daniel, I think it's been nice seeing what he adds on. I think Daniel had coffee today for sure. He definitely had coffee because like he usually doesn't.
Juice.
Yeah, he doesn't usually take coffee, but today he took freaking coffee because it's getting late, Daniel. Like it's getting late. I know you took coffee for sure. It's like I'm ready to go. I'm Rocky.
It's only 7 o'clock here, man. It's West Coast time. It's nothing.
Yeah, but he was probably up at 6 a.m. You know, doing his Rocky stuff. Okay, overbet and then a raise.
Big raise.
Effectively, I mean, he's repping. I guess with
Whoa! Chop chop.
Wow. That's a big
Repping
pot.
what they have.
That was a big pot.
More rig. Alright, I'm gonna have to take a bathroom break myself as this groans on into the 5th hour.
Yeah, it's not gonna end. I don't know. These guys are ready to play.
But I'm here all night. I'm gonna need to get a snack and have a little tinkle. I shall return. I'm even gonna shut my camera off so you can hold it down on your own.
See you later. All right. Now that the real show started, let's see what Daniel can pull off. I feel good for Daniel in this little section of time that Berkey's not around. Pot size bet for Daniel on table number 1. Winner. Let's go on a run. Let's go on a little run. The players are very deep. I would be curious how the strategies change for both players as they get this deep. Have the players trained for this? How much heads up have they played this deep? All interesting questions. $10-10-3 after the raise pre-flop. Checks back, another 10. Definitely better for Daniel than Doug. Daniel probably will start doing some small protection betting on the turn, but that's taken away by a pretty large size bet from Doug. He wins. Big bet from Daniel on table number 1, 10-3-2, seems appropriate, wins. Three bet, table number 2. King 5, we're probably going to see some small sizing from Daniel generally. It's been the go-to for him on these kind of boards. As we see roughly 2K. Another 5. See what kind of decision he goes with. He chooses bet 0%. I did expect this, a small sizing from Doug. This could be used for some protection with certain hand classes, as well as like mix that in with the kings and 5s. Makes it really tough for Daniel in terms of continuing with different regions of his range, like Queen Jack, etc. Daniel's going to play check after tanking down, I assume. Nice. Hand for Daniel. 9. He did continue on the turn with the Queen High, which I think is good, facing the small size. Small pot on the river on table number 1. We missed the action as we were intrigued on the King 5-5. Another 3 bet on table number 2. Winner. Doug wins a small one on table 1. These guys are not. I don't know. There's like a different pulse to the air. I feel like there's no quit tonight from, like, there has to be some sort of monumental event to occur for there to be a quit. Queen 7, bet from Daniel on turn 3. See some bets from a myriad of hands here. He goes with the pot size bet. He's going to be repping like Queen X or better with this sizing. gets called. River comes a club. Daniel will have some club draws filling in. Some of the worst clubs would be folded from Doug, but Doug does have a 7. I think Doug played his hand well. Heads up's always interesting. It's like it's a lot of these like small pots brewing, and then you see a large explosion happen. But with these two guys, we don't know. Like, so many overbets are coming in, so many 3-bets are coming in. Ace 5 is good for Daniel on table 1. Bet table 1. They're so deep. I'm also curious if that changes like 4-bet frequencies and hand classes. Daniel sits out. It is just the top of the hour once again. Well, what is Daniel gonna do? Is he done? It's been a long match. It's been roughly 5.5 hours. Ready to call it? Is he taking a small break, ready to come back? Daniel has played very long sessions in his career, right? Tournament player, someone that's used to playing 12-hour days. Tournaments are long. I think Daniel is one to usually go for the long sessions. I think I said this on the podcast too. Like, I personally am not a fan of the fact that he goes on longer than the 2 hours, because I think every hour he has with his team is better served than on the felt, because he gets better like very quickly. But there's something to be said for him having 100,000 on each table and being down 600,000. So this is a chance that if he does run good and he's playing well, that he gets to recoup a large amount of the losses if things go well for him. So, two sides of the coin. I think the side of quitting benefits him because he gets to work with his team more hours before the hands are played. The other side is he gets to run good some percentage of the time and cut the deficit by a big margin. So, we'll see how today pans out.
He's back.
He is back.
He decided to take a break the same time I did.
Yeah, just right after you, he left.
I was gone 8 minutes. Little known fact, that's exactly how long it takes for me to make and eat a grilled cheese sandwich.
How'd that taste?
Like nothing. Such a disappointment. I feel so unsatisfied.
And they'll just pay you with your money, like I stuck it in you.
Will King doesn't like our biased, unprofessional behavior.
Well, there's like 17 other channels like streaming this, and you know what you're gonna do. I'm sure they're very unbiased too. I'm sure if you go to Upswing Poker right now, they're like really like saying everything that Daniel has done well today, and all these things is just amazing things that Daniel has contributed to the community, and I'm sure that they're expanding upon all of these items. So yeah,
He said there's 3K watching Joey streams. You guys really rub people the wrong way with your biased and unprofessional behavior of mods in the chat. What did the mods do?
I don't know, but I'm gonna time him out too. Unprofessional. Listen, I'm not unprofessional. I know sometimes it's like, Berkey's talking about the hottest women in the world and stuff, and like I'm talking about voodoo and DR, but it's not unprofessional. Okay.
Also, Joey's very biased to Doug. I don't understand. Every one of the streams is biased in some sort of capacity.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that GG's just like happily rooting for Doug.
Right.
Who knows? They're rooting for Doug, but they cut the check to Daniel. I mean, it is what it is, man. I think it's kind of cool to like have a little bit of bias. Like, I'm not a robot. Like,
yeah, I'm not Joe Buck. I saw the Queen Jack versus Queen Jack Scott. That was the last hand I was here for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a robot. Like, I'm gonna root for the guy I want to root for, and
also, I've been hypercritical of Daniel. If for no other reason than because I bet on the fucker.
Quarter pot from Daniel on the turn, Queen of Diamonds. Also, like, we could be way more biased. Like, I could have a truck, like, climbing out the side of the screen and backing up. Like, isn't that biased? That's biased to me. Like, I don't understand, man. I'm just like, whatever, man. What are you gonna
do? Ingram crushes the graphics.
Yeah, I mean, but they like it, right? Like, if you like Doug, you want to watch that channel and you want to be hyped for like the whole, the whole party. Like, it's cool. Like,
I do agree.
Yeah, I mean, whatever, man. I'm rooting for Daniel. If you don't, what do you want to do? Like, I'm rooting for Daniel. Doesn't mean, I've said many times, like, yeah, like, nice hand Doug. Like, he played that hand well. Like, I don't think he's a fish. I think he's a great player. Like, he's great. King of Hearts. $13,000. See what decision Daniel makes here. Well, that's an interesting little river. Daniel bet the flop, check, turn. I believe this was 3-bet check, and then Daniel probe flop, and then knuckle down. Nice hand, Daniel. River's a heart. Oh, Daniel won a big one that we missed while we cut away.
Yeah, on the left.
Unfortunately, that sucks. I wish I would have saw that, but what are you gonna do?
I think we can still grab the replay.
Ooh, putting our guy on the spot. Here we go.
He's got it.
3-bet call. 9 deuce. Very good for Daniel. He goes for the 3/4 pockets called. River 5 goes with pot size winner. Nice hand. And away they go.
Thank you, Katrina. Appreciate it. She said, I think you're offering the best expert insight. I've seen the other sites, and this is my favorite advice by far. We could maybe get Norman for a quick guest spot. I think him and DNegs have beef, though. He might not want to do it.
Who has beef?
Norman and Daniel.
Norman Chad?
Yeah.
Come on, man. We're here to squash these beefs. Like, 2 OGs of the game with beef. You guys don't have beef. You think they're gonna be on site if they saw each other? No. So like, you guys don't have beef. Like,
no, I think that they just don't like the way each other does. Like, Daniel's been pretty harsh in his criticisms of commentary in the past, and I think like Norman kind of stood up a little bit for Jamie, and then on top of that, I think that Norman is like a very clean cut commentator, and Daniel's obviously not. So I think they kind of disagree a little bit on that.
What do you mean by Norman's a clean cut commentator?
Like he doesn't really lean on potty humor or swearing or being crass. But like the GG commentating in particular goes pretty heavy on that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has their own taste, you know. I think Norman's a good commentator though. Like,
yeah, I think
crushes.
he's like, I think him and Lon fit like the Gabe and AJ type of mold where they're perfect for edited down TV spots where they kind of get to, you know, show their personality, facilitate moving the game along, call the action, all that stuff. For live commentary, I think like having somebody who is a little bit more dicey, I guess, is probably more in favor these days.
4-bet pot on table number 1, King 7 deuce, very advantageous for Doug. Third.
These are tough textures for Daniel to find the right continues.
Winner for Doug Polk.
Probably some bad ace high, no diamond, tough spot.
Another 3-bet. Aggression ramping up in these last few minutes. I guess I never really saw the feud between Daniel and Jamie. I mean, I guess I never saw it like unfold, I guess. But I get the gist of what happened, I guess.
Yeah, Daniel kind of like slighted her indirectly by saying that he was muting the WSOP commentary. So it wasn't just necessarily a shot at her, it was also at Lon and Norm, but his platform is probably a little bit too big to be that honest.
Tango's check. Definitely a card that's gonna hit Daniel. It's gonna have, oh, nice check back. Danger. Okay. And we move on.
Unlucky for Doug there. Daniel has a lot of bluffs available for sure.
Doug Polk now back up to 6 figures in profit, 100,000. But they're deep. They are deep. Doug could run it up to 200,000. Could also run it down to 0 profit. We'll find out.
Poor Gatsby, he wants out of the room. There's nothing I can do. You got your doggy door, buddy.
Check down on table 1. River Ace generally is going to favor Daniel.
Do you think this is a better product for us to do in real time like this, or do you think it would be better for everybody if they just played, released the hands to whoever, and we did commentary over replay with whole cards exposed?
It would have to be like much later though.
Well, it wouldn't have to be, but obviously they would be giving something up if it weren't.
Yeah.
But like, let's say that they ran it like, let's say they played in the morning instead of the afternoon. They started at like 11 a.m. every day, and by 6 p.m. Pacific, they made the replay available to whoever wanted to do commentary on it.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that would be significantly better for the audience.
Yeah.
But worse for them.
Well, yeah, it would obviously be worse for them.
Yeah.
Well, it would be different. It would alter strategy drastically for sure. But
yeah,
yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's some give and take, right? Like, it would be better because the commentary would just overall be better. It would be less speculation, which is nice. But also, as a commentator, stating the obvious isn't really anything impressive.
No, but there's a lot of hype that comes in, like when you see two hands about to clash, and you know there's a lot more ebb and flow. Like the ebb and flow of seeing the cards is nice because you can see when things are gonna happen.
Right. Okay, so sorry, that wasn't what I had in mind. The cards are revealed only after the hand is over.
Oh, okay.
So something in that nature. Where like no matter when the pot ends, both hands are then revealed.
I see. That's kind of cool. I don't think it changes commentary that much because you're still doing the same process until the river.
Right. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So it's more that would help them more than it would help us.
That's true.
You know.
Yeah, that's true. But I do think it becomes a better product because you don't have to speculate then after the fact, so you can kind of like analyze the spots a little bit closer.
Yeah, for sure. That makes sense.
Also, we would have like a lot more confirmation on macro points, like is somebody over folding, is somebody over bluffing, that type of stuff. There's just not enough Showdown for us to really make.
Yeah, you just yeah, it's hard to know, especially if someone's overfolding because you don't know. You'll never see it, right?
Right.
You just have to kind of take a guess at it.
You gotta feel it.
Maybe it's something you got to talk to your man G-Man about if he gets in the ring.
Well, there's no reason why the players should ever want to do that.
No, yeah, I agree. Like this, I would never do it. Like if I wasn't.
Like I think even what Galfon does is super generous, but the fact that it's PLO probably makes it a little bit easier to get away with.
What is it that he does exactly? He reveals cards.
I think once a week, they give the hands to Moonlight Master, who puts together a highlight package.
Oh, but they both do it.
Yeah.
Right.
But I'm just saying, like in that challenge, I feel like that in and of itself is like pretty generous.
Yeah, you know, only $1 million side bet, but the man's giving away his hands.
Right. Right.
Antonio says, "You bros naturally make my amateur confidence insecure." Bro, I don't know if you're talking about me or Berkey or both of us, but don't be insecure. This is all. The fuck do we know what we're saying? We don't even know their hands. Like we don't know what they had. We're just talking. Like we're just saying like, yeah, he probably has this, he probably has that, and then you know how many times Berkey's been like, yeah, we're probably gonna see a small bet, and then fucking we see an overbet. Like you don't know what's gonna happen. You know, we're just here for the show as much as you are here for the show. Like we try to fill in the dead air with a little bit of like sprinkled knowledge that has been bestowed upon us from the poker gods over the last 10 years, and we do our best.
Well said.
And in between all that, we talk about voodoo, we talk about women, we talk about drinks, we talk about is Texas west or east or central, We talk about the Mississippi line.
Don't start that shit again, man. Don't start that shit
Today
again.
we spoke about COVID. There was a large discussion on COVID. A large discussion on the stimulus package. Like, all options are on the table when it comes to the Bitcoin has been in the conversation. Is Berkey wearing a Dallas Cowboys hoodie? Everything is on the table.
It's in the mix.
Yeah, everything is in the mix. There's nothing to be insecure about. You know.
Should we be sad that Landon is modding Joey's chat but not in ours?
You know,
we kick him out of the house.
I've been told to, like, you know, let the kid be free if he wants to like Daniel. I mean, sorry, if he wants to like Doug Polk, then let him like Doug Polk. Like, okay, fine, man. You know. Mm-hmm. I agree. If the kid, you have to let the kid be what he wants to be. You know. If I had a kid and he was like, and he liked Doug Polk, like, sure, you know.
You just gotta let him go.
He just at exactly 18 years old, he's out of my house. But until then, it's great, you know. We're
What's the poker equivalent of turning 18?
Poker equivalent of turning 18? What do you mean? I don't get it.
Well, like, when is Landon officially grown up?
When he realizes that, like, all these guys aren't all on your side, man. Like, don't be thinking Doug Polk is your friend because he shot you a tweet one time. One time, look, Landon's the biggest Doug Polk fan, right? And he's like, yeah, man, I'll run your sub or whatever. And then Doug Polk like says, bro, I would never fucking do that. Why would you even input that? Like, out there in the open, just shoots the poor kid down. He's only 21 years old. Like, I didn't like that shit, bro. It's all good, though. It's all good, man. Be happy. He's like, I would never have 4-3 suited, or what was the hand? What was it?
It was just misrepresented. The way that Landon wrote it or ran it, he unsquared proportionally. So because like 7-3 suited was a 4-bet 0.01%, it looked like it was there in full.
Israel Viles says, why do you hate Doug? Shit, I don't hate Doug. Not entirely, at least. I'm very happy for what he's doing for poker. I think this is putting on this show is great. That's all I'll say. I think he's putting on a good show.
This could be the resurgence of Heads Up No Limit Hold'em in America.
I'm telling you, man. That's what I've been trying to get you to talk about, but you don't want to talk about it. There's been this match. There's been Phil Goffin versus Chance. Phil Goffin versus everybody.
That's all PLO, and that's not really.
I mean, that counts. That counts. It's Heads Up, right? There's Heads Up with Goffin taking on everybody. There's this match. There's Garrett getting in the ring. There's Limitless flying to fucking from Europe to America to play MJ for Infinite Stakes. Like, it's insane right now. There's a Heads Up duel, right, on Poker Go with Helmuth.
I think the duel's kind of dead.
You think the duel's dead?
Yeah, because like Helmuth doesn't have to play anymore, so he doesn't have to accept the next challenger. The next challenger is likely to be better than Antonio. And like, yeah, maybe they'll start it back up with two people, but like, I don't know. I don't think that format is like super desirable to a lot of the high stakes players. Just the high stakes high rollers, like the MTTers.
You're saying it's desirable for the high rollers, or it's not desirable?
Yeah. No, it is. It's much more their format. Like Daniel's super pumped for it. He wants to do that. He doesn't want to do another match of this, right? But that's just because the decision matrix keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and it takes up very little time. But if I
just think he'll also be a favorite. Like, after playing this, he's probably a favorite.
Yeah, maybe. It depends on who he plays, I guess. But
yeah.
But you can't be a big favorite in that. Like, I don't think Doug versus Daniel in that format is 4-1 Doug. I don't think like by any it's probably like 1.5 to 1, and that was pre-work. Like, you just can't be a huge favorite in a hyper turbo Heads Up format.
Right. Yeah, for sure. I still like the concept though. I think it's kind of a new, like, the fact that each match gets more interesting because the stakes are higher is kind of.
But that's why I think it's gonna die. Right, because like Helmuth now can just exit plus what 800,000 or something like that, so he doesn't have to take on the 800K competitor.
Yeah.
Who is more likely to be a good, you know what I mean? Like there's a line of competitors. If you think of it like Mortal Kombat, where you start with like the low end guy and you keep fighting towards the bosses. I assume that the rungs in this ladder are going to be very much similar. So now if Helmuth just exits, all we see is a repeat occurrence of like two softer players start at the 100K level and very likely bounce out by the time they reach 800. Like, I don't know that we're actually going to get to see death matches. I don't think we're going to get to see like the 1.6 million heads up match.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. I mean, obviously, it would be great if it does happen, right? Like, it would be insane.
It would be fun, for sure.
It would be insane if it actually does happen. But yeah, I agree. I think that Helmuth is probably done, unless he gets a competitor that he would like to play against. But I guess I'm curious if do they have to get is it like a refresh like you're mentioning, or do they have to start again at that, or do they pick up where they left off with two?
They only pick up where they left off if Helmuth stays in.
I see. So when Helmuth's out, then
I think they start back at like
2 new people come in.
Yeah.
So one person has to play throughout the duration, or let's say Antonio would have won the last match, then he has to go 3 from that point forward. Mm-hmm. I understand. So for
it's kind of a negative free roll.
So it can happen, right? It just has like the one person has to lose at the right time, and then the next person has to lose at the right time.
Well,
and then
because the loser always has the option to rematch. So Helmuth and Antonio could have just been playing for infinite forever, right? Like they could have just kept doubling the stakes, trading matches back and forth. Say Antonio wins match 3, now all of a sudden it becomes an 800K match, and Helmuth wins. Now Antonio has match.
But Helmuth can just quit after 3, even if
I thought it was 3 in a row, not just 3 total.
Well, Helmuth can quit after 3, right? He won 3 in a row. Even if Antonio wants to play again, he could just say, "I don't want to play," and just exit the scene.
Yeah, maybe that's true.
Because I think Antonio would have played again, but he was just like, "No, I'm done."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would be a fun one. Like if certain people, if Antonio would have won, it would have kept going, and who knows? That would be insane. All right, back to hand at play. Oh, that's it.
That's GG.
Wow, that was like kind of abrupt.
But, I mean, he was sitting out on the other table for a while.
Oh, I see. All right, well, that was it. Doug Polk wins 120,000 at this 21st match of what's gonna keep going. I mean, we're around halfway through, and if we're not halfway through, Daniel does have the option to either continue or quit. I assume he won't quit. I think he's excited to keep playing. But good session for Doug. There was a comeback from Daniel for a second there, but they'll continue, and we'll continue.
Yep, we're gonna be off until next Monday. I think that's when the match starts back up. Doug is gonna be winning roughly 820K, give or take. So yeah, we'll see how the two adjust over the Christmas holiday. You know, I kind of mentioned already that I know Doug's going to be working. I don't think he's going to take any time off for Christmas whenever he has 7 figures at stake. Hopefully Daniel's in the lab too to make this thing competitive. Looking forward to see what kind of adjustments they make between now and then.
Always a pleasure, Mr. Matt Berkey. I really like that Dallas Cowboys sweater. And with that said, We're out of here.